Hello, everybody. Most welcome to the FaStGO webinar. This is a stakeholder workshop, basically, where we will together look at the FaStGO text proposal for a revised standard on guarantees of origin, EN16325. My name is Katrien Verwimp. I work as a project leader of FaStGO. I also work for AIB, where I'm mainly active on the topics of sector integration. And indeed, on this project, I'm happy to work with a full team of experts who together came to the proposal for a revised standard of guarantees of origin. You find that text proposal on the consultation page. It's linked. You can see the link on this slide. We are delighted to see that we are currently with 112 attendees. There were 163 registered just before the meeting, so it's likely that some more are about to join soon. It's fantastic to see that you're also here to contribute and listen in and to bring along your ideas and expertise. So thanks for that. Some practicalities I would like to discuss with you. Default, you are muted, so you can ask for getting the word in the questions box. There is a questions toolbar in the I see some people even asking there that there's no sound. So if there are many people having no sound, let us know. In general, we also have a helpline, and that is basically you can ask your questions in the toolbox, or you can, oh, thank you, Eva, for confirming that we have the sound again. So, but in case you really have technical trouble of some kind, you can also contact us at the email address fastgo@aibnet.org, where Andrea of AIB is helping us out with technical questions. First of all, so a big thanks to Susanna Plugger from European Biogas Association for all the organization of the technicalities on the workshop. Much appreciated. So what else do you find? You find in your controls a section with handouts. There you find also the webinar netiquette, the technical support file. And you also find the program there. How to ask questions to speakers. So in general, we'll ask you to ask a question in the toolbox questions. Try to first identify the topic and your question. Your question will become visible once it's answered, or it will be taken up in the oral Q&A. It may be also that there's no time to take it up, and then if you feel it's not addressed in the whole content of the work presented in the webinar, you can also still send it to us afterwards in the same email address, fastgo@aibnet.org. If you have a comment on the system, which is most welcome to be shared with us, we ask you to share it with us through our consultation template. You see the link also on the slide. And so just so you know, slides and recording will be shared afterwards. In case you type a question, the name of you will not be visible to everybody in the audience. So if you want your name to be visible with your question, please type it there as well. We will try to take some questions in the short Q&A slots, in the oral Q&A slots. If it's a technical question that it's just relevant for some limited amount of people or so, then we can also try to answer it in writing after the oral Q&A. I think that is the main information we need to work on together. So just so you know, the session is recorded, and also those we've had requests from people having a public holiday or living in US who'd like to follow on later. So hi to those people. Welcome on another time. Good. Let's move to our content for which we're all here together, and that is basically we are here to jointly improve the text proposals of the EN16325 standard. But FaStGO has developed a text proposal with incorporation of the expert advice of quite a lot of experts and stakeholders already, and that text proposal we are currently consulting until the 19th of June. So this webinar will consist of three time slots, two of about 1.5 hours, and then a third one a bit shorter. And here I show you the program of the first time slot. So we will, the first 1.5 hour talk a bit more in the introductory mode first. After me, you will hear Henrik Dam from DG NR of the European Commission, who introduces the framework in which the FaStGO project came up. Then I will present the outline of our project, and then Daniel Pohl, who you can see on the webcam, he is the convener of the Centennial Work Group on the revision of the standard. He will explain a bit on the STEM process. And then we're happy to have Adam White of Rex International, who presents the market needs, or some main market needs, while building a European geo market for all energy carriers. And we have a short Q&A, so welcome to prepare your questions in the meantime. There may be a poll on your screen, and then we will have a general quality upgrade of the geo standard presentation of the generic section for the generic geo standard for all energy carriers from Remco van Stein-Kallenfels from CertiQ. After another short Q&A, we try to have a 15-minute break and stick to our program again. So then we have 2 more slots. We will present the content later. You also find the program in general in the handouts. So I'm really happy to move on to the next slot, and grateful that Henrik Dam is here with us to present his framing of this project. Thanks a lot for being here, and speak to you soon. Oh no, one more question. You also see in your one more topic. You also see in your visuals Marcus Klimczewski. He and I will be the moderators of the Q&A sessions. We take turns. So after the first slot of presentations, you will hear Marcus moderating the Q&A.
Okay, so thanks, Katrine. I can see that I'm requested to show my screen, and then I hope that everybody can now see the my screen here.
Yes.
And but I need to, I guess, no, that was not it. So can you see my screen now? And do you see? But you see my this thing from the GoToWebinar as well, don't you?
No, we only see we fully see your slide on our screen. This works really well.
Okay, you fully see. Okay, so it ignores, because on my screen I see the GoToWebinar also. So this is fine. This is fine for me. So thanks, Katrine, for this introduction. So my role here is to frame the FaStGO project in the context of the policies and legislation that is prepared by the European Commission. Because the reason why we are all here is that there is a new renewables directive that will enter into force with the transposition by the member states in June 2021, and there's several things that are changed with respect to the existing renewables directive and the Geos that exist there. So I think it's good to first repeat what is the overall purpose of the guarantees of origin scheme in RED II, and that is to demonstrate to final consumers the share or quantity of energy from renewables, and very importantly, this is linked to an energy suppliers mix. So it's an instrument that is made available for the energy suppliers to demonstrate to final consumers how much renewable energy they have purchased. Compared to the existing Geo system, the scope is now extended so that it would come from all renewable sources, and that may be for electricity, for heating and cooling, or for gases, including hydrogen, because before it was only mandatory to issue for electricity. Still, there is also an optional issue for non-renewable sources in case member states would decide to issue such guarantees of origin. There is also some very clear scoping of Geos, what role it would have in the context of the renewables directive. And first and foremost, it specifies that there's no links to physical transfer of the energy that is related with the Geos. And that also includes the physical transport that is required by the mass balance system that are prescribed by the articles 27 to 30 in RED 2. We will come into that much closer when we start discussing the actual context of the standard. And also, very importantly, the guarantees of origin have no links to target achievement, whether this is in the area of transport or renewables as such, because also in RED 2 we have supplier obligations for transport, but there the Geos have will not have a direct role to play unless there is a disclosure towards the consumers at the place where, for instance, the fuel supply is being made. Then another element in the new renewables directive is that we have a more harmonized administration that applies, for instance, for the validity period of the guarantees of origin and also the expiry periods, which are at the latest 18 months after the production of the energy unit. And then, very importantly, this is where we would see now the link to the standard CEN EN16325, and the member states and the designated competent bodies shall ensure that all the requirements they impose, they comply with that particular standard. Since this standard did not address, for instance, electricity and gas, only gas and heating and cooling, therefore we have invoked a revision of this standard, and this is sort of the whole scope of this framing. Then in addition, we have introduced a paragraph in the RED 2 for a geo-based green label, which is a way to provide consumers more information on their consumption and better exploiting all the rich information that is in the current guarantees of origin. And this link to this label will specifically be targeting new installations and thereby providing a level of additionality for the energy that the consumer buys. So now we are coming to the aim of the tender, which is the one that led to the FaStGO project. And this was to provide technical support for the facilitation of the standardization process and to ensure an effective migration of the technical infrastructure that is there with the competent bodies. So this is mainly a recognition that there is already now an operating system for Geos based on the European Energy Certificate system. So we will sort of need to be able to rolling out the rails while the train is still running, because we need to make a seamless transition from the current Geo system to the new Geos system that will be based on the 16325 standard. Since the elaboration of standards in the interinstitutional framework has been dedicated to Senelec, therefore this tender, the FaStGO project, will have to operate very closely with this technical working group that is set up under the 16325 standard and in Senelec. So the tender and the FaStGO project runs in parallel with this formalized standardization process and with the particular aim of providing technical support to this group. So it's not the FaStGO project that sort of adopts the standard, but they are giving the technical input that will facilitate the work of this group. So if we're looking at what are then the specific objectives of the FaStGO project and the tender that we issued from the European Commission, that is to include a mapping of the currently existing framework, a specification of the technical requirements for the extended coverage of the Geo, then also a development of the IT systems, then furthermore some development of market-based supervision statistics, and providing some methodologies for the enhanced prevention of financial fraud, and then last but not least, to manage also several processes for stakeholder consultation and organization of the workshops to validate their deliverables. And this is the particular reason for why we are here today, that the FaStGO project can present and they can help in they can present this first draft of the standard, and they can take on board input for the further elaboration. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and bring the word back to Daniel and Katrine, that will tell us much more about the work that is ongoing within FaStGO and within the standardization committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henrik. Just a second. I'm putting on my screen. Checking. Are you able to see my screen? I think so.
Yes.
So thanks a lot for the whole framework and the occasion that brings a lot of extra stakeholders in and enables a lot of advice to be included in this process, in this upgrade of the Geo system. So general thanks for that. Talking about this standard, it has actually, this EN16325, it has actually been drafted in 2013 already. There was a small minor update in 2015, but indeed, as Henrik said, now it becomes a mandatory standard on guarantees of origin as from end of June next year. So given the fact that that standard was no longer functional for all purposes, it doesn't work for all energy carriers, for example, the revision is opened, and we see that to have the main aim to facilitate multi-energy carriers, to update it in general towards the RED 2, and to integrate improvements from practice. Thanks for acknowledging the EEX system there. We also acknowledge practice from other certification systems, especially biomethane. It was a joy to abbreviate the long project title in facilitating standards for guarantees of origin to even shorter, called FaStGO, and it has become a common concept that many people active in Geos currently already know pretty well. There is a strength in FaStGO is that it's a consortium of organizations who cooperate very well together. The project is led by the Association of Issuing Bodies. We work together with ERCAR, the European Renewable Gas Registry. We work together with Initio as a representative of the certify projects. Rex International is incorporated, the Traders Association for Energy Certificates. CertiQ, the Dutch issuing body, and definitely bringing along big expertise in terms of guarantee of origin system operation. Gaia Consulting brings also along a lot of expertise, both on the geosystem operation as on the multi-energy carrier stuff. Quexel Systems brings in the expertise on IT system operation. They have solid Geo databases, etc. And the European Energy Exchange, also an issuing body, but on the other hand brings in expertise on fraud prevention, financial fraud prevention, which unfortunately also is a risk for the geosystem. And we are very happy to be also supported by the European Biogas Association, especially for the stakeholder events. Henrik already listed the task packages, so I don't have to read them out loud again. And we translated them basically in what is our mission of our project. And we see that basically to be establishing an upgraded geosystem, which should be a cost-efficient implementation of Article 19 of RED II in the member states, and solid standardization of guarantees of origin in the EN16325. And how do we get there? We do that by translating the 6 task packages into these bullets, synchronizing the EEX rules and the EN16325 on RED II, including the multi-energy carrier aspect, by improving software requirements for cross-border geo exchange, strengthening anti-VAT fraud measures, improving the statistics for the market on guarantees of origin, also for policymakers, and consulting an update of the residual mix calculation method. And then last but not least, pretty broad stakeholder consultation, for which we're very grateful that you actively participate. What have we been doing so far? Basically, the majority of our work has been on tasks 1 and 2, at least of the visible work to the outside world. The rest is ongoing and will be shown in a few months. The task 1 consisted basically of a comparison of the EN16325, the existing standard, with the EEX rules, comparison of the standard with and the identification of challenges that could exist in the management of geos.
Sorry, Catherine, there's someone else who is not muted. Could all the, except for Catherine, mute for this time?
And so these reports on these 3 studies, they are pretty elaborate and available on the link you see on your screen. We consulted the 3rd report, and we were also happy to receive good qualitative stakeholder feedback, which we incorporated also in an annex to the 3rd report. And currently we worked a lot on the 2nd report. We developed a text proposal for a revised EN16325, which we published on the 25th of May, based on the elements identified in task 1. We also published explanatory notes with arguments for the proposed updates, at least for the main changes. We explained the general reasoning, and there are some arguments per article. And we also include a list of topics that we feel are better treated in a separate agreement between issuing bodies, because some topics simply need more flexible updating, more further development, further improvement with time, or simply are factual data that are subject to updating and help robust operation. This consultation of the text proposal is accompanied by the explanatory notes and is running until next Friday. So we positioned this webinar exactly in the middle of the consultation to bring along to you a bit of extra understanding. So we aim to provide here an occasion for some background reasoning of what we've been developing that would support you in answering us in our consultation. thanks a lot for listening to this. And I will change the presenter to be Daniel Pol. He will present the process in SEN and how FaStGO input flows in there. So Daniel is the convener of the Joint Technical Committee 14 Working Group 5 in SEN-Senelec, which is basically a very active forum with many stakeholders of the many sectors that we currently bring together. So happy to have Daniel here. Trying to see how to share the screen. I'll give you the screen share.
Daniel, you are muted.
I cannot see.
Now it's working. I could not unmute myself due to the last interaction. Trying to share my screen now. Just a minute. No. Made a mistake. Sorry. No.
Seems not very easy.
No.
Daniel is not on the list because we are waiting to see his screen, but I can try to change back and forth.
Yeah, can you
if
do that
helps.
once more?
Yeah. Okay.
Try again.
And there should be a new request.
Just a minute.
Maybe you have to confirm somewhere on your screen, in the middle of your screen.
Oh, this is. No.
So with the orange arrow on the console arrow panel, you have a button probably to click share your screen.
Yeah, I have it ready. So why is it not showing? Sorry for this.
No problem.
No problem. I think your webcam is now paused as well. We can of course maybe go to Adam in between, or
Yeah, do that. Then I try to. It's not working. We tested it and it did, but now it doesn't show. I have it on my screen, but it doesn't show.
Yeah, it happens.
Just a minute.
Send it over.
Yeah, I will do.
Adam, Adam, are you okay to present your presentation now?
Yeah, normally it should be fine.
Great, I give you the presentation mode. It would be nice if you could switch on your webcam.
Yes.
Lovely.
Okay, you can see the presentation?
Yeah.
And you can see me?
Yep, working well.
Okay, so I'm Adam White. I'm director at Rex International. We are a not-for-profit foundation based in the Netherlands who represent market participants in geo markets across the value chain. And this presentation is giving an indication of our view of what the market needs when building this European geo market for all energy carriers based on the new Article 19 of the RED II and of course of the revised standard. We obviously are reasonably well informed, but it's not necessarily the view of all market participants. So just with that caveat.
Could you make your slides full screen?
Okay, you might not be seeing the screen that I'm seeing then. I thought I had it on the right way around. Let me
So
see
just
if I pop them. Okay, wait, hang on. Because I have it on display mode, but then
no, it's I was just asking to go into the presentation mode of your screen of yours. Yeah, that one.
on the wrong screen. You see
Nice.
now the note version, right? Or
No,
We
if you
see the note. Yeah, if you just change the display settings into duplicate the slides.
yeah.
No, well.
Oh, can I choose which screen to show?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
I showed that one. I take that down. And I go back to here.
Alternatively, I share it.
Okay, hang on. Now I can do it, I think. Which one? Okay. You see it now?
Sounds good. Yeah, very good.
All right, perfect. Thanks for your help, Marcus. So, you still see the slides, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. So, then in our view, market participants have three key goals when revising the SEN standard. The first is an overall system that is reliable, robust, is generic, so it's easy to interact with, it covers all energy carriers, and really the key is that it inspires consumer confidence. We know that the market has tended to have more supply than demand. It's really important to help push the energy transition. The consumers have the confidence to use the geo market and raise the demand for purchasing renewable energy. So that's a really a big part of what we feel needs to come out of revising this SEN standard. Then on a couple of specific points that relate to that first point, we would really like to see more common cancellation rules, for example, ending the power supply exclusivity rule that exists in some member states. And I'll get into that in a bit more detail in the next slides. And also then common deadlines for cancellation and expiry of Geos in different member states. And the more kind of generic harmonization and standardization in the system as a whole, the more we feel that the market can successfully interact with it. So in terms of having a reliable and robust system that inspires consumer confidence, it's important to understand that there are a lot of rules and guidelines for the geo market. Obviously, there's Article 19 of the RED II, then there's this standard, which is very detailed. And then there's also rules for bodies like the CDP and RE100, different reporting guidelines and so on. And market participants have limited time to process all of these rules and to really internalize them. And there are some key differences between some of the different rule sets. Obviously, there's a difference between the legal setting of Article 19 and the standard, and then the more voluntary settings, but often market participants need to understand all of them. So the requirement for a simple and easily understood administration and well-integrated sectors in a different energy carriers is very important, so that market participants have the confidence that they understand what they're doing how they're working, and what they need to do in order to serve either their clients or as purchasers themselves, how to interact with suppliers of geos and of power. And so that really is about having this overall confidence in the system and having that be very important. So in terms of common cancellation rules, we know that some countries have a power supply exclusivity rule, which means only power suppliers can cancel geos, and this really limits the market by restricting the capacity of particularly brokers and traders to act on their clients' behalf and cancel geos in member states on behalf of clients. And we feel strongly that this goes against consumer choice, which is a kind of the key goal of the geo market, allowing consumers to choose to consume the kind of power they want to, or energy they want to consume. And ending that power supply exclusivity in those member states where it exists would already be an important first step. But then we would also look kind of to the future potential of having either like a common cancellation account for all European geos, or having multinational cancellation options, which we think that might not be for this stage of the revision of the standard, but it's certainly if we could indicate a movement towards that kind of harmonization and common action within the European geo system, that's certainly where market participants would like us to move towards. And then in terms of common deadlines, there are and have been different deadlines for cancellation and expiry in different countries. This can obviously lead to confusion for consumers who don't understand why you can cancel geos of a certain vintage in some countries, but then not in other countries. And it really reduces the efficiency for market participants, because not only do you need to know all of the rules of Article 19 of the standard and potentially of CDPRE 100, but then every member state can have some difference in the rules. And I would agree with Henrik that the Article 19 does move us more towards harmonization of rules and some timings, and the standard should move us toward more standardization. We have some concern that the differences will remain, that national preferences, national rules will remain in some member states, and the more that those differences can be reduced, the more confidence that market participants will have in the system, and the more efficiently we feel it will function. So that's all from me. Happy to take questions later on. Thanks again for the opportunity to present a bit the views of the market in terms of this standardization. Thanks, guys. So how do I share back the screen?
Thanks, Adam. I think, Katrin, you're muted.
Thank you, indeed. Your screen sharing is now off, indeed. Thanks a lot for presenting how you and Rex International and in the market perceive the main concerns on these topics. Now, trying to move back to Daniel Paul's presentation. Daniel, could you share your screen?
I sent it to you, Katrin, just to be safe. So you have received it from me.
I didn't. Ah, yeah, now it is there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Finally.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for that that inconvenience. Thank you, Katrin, Hendrik, and Adam to the information already shared. That made my life a little bit easier, because there was already a lot of information shared about the role to play with in SENS-INLEC EDC 14. My name is Daniel Paul. I'm convener for this work group, and I want to tell you a little bit on how we are proceeding today. There is already a lot of information shared, of course, regarding the scope, which I will touch upon rather shortly. I want to go into the details how we work together. So there is, of course, an obvious task for Senelec Work Group 5 to take on the work and revision the current standard 16325. But Katrien asked me to also share a little bit on not only the work that is currently done within the work group, but also how we liaison ourselves together with FaStGO project. So that's what I want to share with you today, and I want to give you an outlook as well to where we are at the moment, and what is still ahead of us to get this work done. So on this slide, it's a recap of what already has been said and introduced by Hendrik and also by Katrien. Of course, this work group is linked to the scope that we need to revise the standard according to the directive RED 2 in line with Article 19 about Geos for energy. And already stated, of course, the current version of the standard only includes the energy carrier electricity, and therefore needs to be revised, and the other energy carriers, gas, hydrogen, heating and cooling, should be implemented following the directive. The timing, of course, is an item that concerns us very much. Not only taking into account the efforts and a lot of work that is coming from the FaStGO project that we need to align with, but the deadline, in fact, that we need to meet is, of course, July 2020 next year, because that's the implementation date for RED 2. And consequently, as already shown, that in Article 19 of RED 2, the standard is mentioned that it should cover all energy carriers. We have a very tight deadline, and I think many of you would think, well, July 2021 is still far away, to be honest, I thought that was as well when we started this project at the beginning of this year, but there's a huge amount of work to be done. I think Katrien can comply that also in the FaStGO project it's a lot of work to getting all the proposals and information into the standard. And it's not only in that matter, that's a complicated matter to get all the positions right and apply that in the correct way into a standard. But time is also very limited, because Senelec, the organization that we operate within to create the standard, of course, is a European institute that is formally working with all the national normative bodies of all the member states attending. And that creates also a situation that some things must be formally prepared and will have formal timelines to go through before we, in the end, have a revised approved standard available for the implementation date of July next year. So when we had to look on that in the project team, then suddenly the remaining time to get a revised document became rather short. So that's a major concern in general, I would say, to get the work done in a proper way, but also taking the time limit into consideration, and get the revise done in a proper way, a revision done in a proper way. Now go back one back, please. So I want to go into the liaison role with the FaStGO project. I want to share a little bit on that. FaStGO is a participating member in Workgroup 5. Workgroup 5 is also a large group. I think we have somewhere around 50 to 60 members attending in each meeting. Of course, generally based out of the formal experts that are forwarded by the national normative bodies by each member state. But we also have a very large group attending that play a different role in the market, are also the members that are for a huge part active in FaStGO. So we have a well-based overview and members attending to have a consensus to be reached upon the content in the standard. So that's really helpful. But yeah, makes things also very interesting when trying to get through discussion to a uniform standing point. But yeah, we make proper use of what is done within the FaStGO project. We aligned ourselves with the delivery points that are available in the project. So we already aligned ourselves to the first draft and now to the final version that was also presented for the consultation within the FaStGO project. And all the members in Work Group 5 use that information for further commenting to create a committee draft, and finally, of course, the final version of the standard for further approval. For that reason, we have a sort of steering group in Working Group 5 that different project team leaders take responsibility for the different energy carriers that need to have a special attention and create additions into the standard. And we invited Katrien as project manager from the FaStGO project in the steering group as well to have close contact on what is happening and what is available and what can be shared within the general team of Working Group 5 to use that proposals and work that is done in FaStGO for further commenting into the SEN standard. We welcome that very much. We are currently at the moment that we have had a first commenting round to all that is available, which resulted in a large list of comments. So we have a long list to go through, and we are working our way through that at the moment, referring that back for further commenting into Work Group 5 for the final approval. So if you go to the next slide, Katrien, then you can see a little bit of the planning that we have done so far. So on the top, you see the agenda and plenary meetings and all that is happening within SEN Working Group 5, and below you see the FaStGO timeline with the two specific points of delivery, considering the FaStGO outcome on the 27th of April and the last one that we received the 25th of May. And we use that as a starting point within Working Group 5 to which all members can react. And now we are in the process of commenting and making up the minds on what should become the standard. And that's our goal for the upcoming weeks to get that to a final version as soon as possible to meet the target of July next year. So thank you for this invite and sharing this information within this this workshop. I think it's clear that there's a strong liaison between SEN, SINLEC Work Group 5 and the FaStGO project. I think it really helps the work group to make up comments and bring the standard into a next phase. We definitely benefit from each other and makes the world complete. And there's a lot of things to discuss. Creates a lot of work, and we will try to do our best to get things done in time, so that we have at least the first version of the revision of the standard available that member states can use at the start of July next year. That's it.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for the presentation and for all presentations, Henrik and Adam and Katrien. And as you heard, we FaStGO and SEN working group can make the world complete in a year. So
We try.
we have nothing to worry about. No, but that's very great, and strong liaison is of course mutual benefit, and it was very good to hear. And then we are entering our first Q&A session in quite a good. We're still on quite good time, but before we do, please send your questions now for the presentation so far, if you have those. We have some coming up, but before we go to the questions, we will have a short poll on Adam's presentation. So it should appear to your screen right about now. And Adam, if you want, you can walk through the question. So we have about 1 minute to answer this. I don't know if Adam is there, but I can read it out loud. So how important is that all European single market countries have harmonized rule for geo market participants? Very, quite, somewhat, and not at all are the options. And let's keep the poll open for another half minute. I see a lot of people have already voted. Okay, 5 more seconds. Good. Thank you for all those who voted, and let's share the results. So we are quite unanimous in the fact that we are doing important work here, and it's very important to have harmonized rules for geo market participants. Thanks. And then we have a couple of questions. I see more of them coming up all the time. It would have been easier if they had come a bit earlier, so I would have had the chance to read them a little bit. But the first one is for Henrik. Is Henrik still there? Are you able to unmute yourself? Henrik? I will try to unmute Henrik if he's having difficulties. So I said, Henrik, I just sent you a request to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yes.
So
very
now
good.
I'm unmuted.
Very
I
good.
can speak. I tried to press the button, but I was not allowed to.
Okay. Oh, apologies for that. The question is on the green label, and there's a couple of questions related to it. First of all, you're being thanked for your clear presentation, and then could you please give more information about it, and for example, regarding the intentions and timings? And then there's a follow-up question and on the grades of different labels, and for example, are merchant projects graded higher than, for example, project based on contracts for difference? So going a bit deeper into the criteria of the label. So any response you can give to that?
Yeah, that's quite clear. And the way it is framed is that there was a request for the Commission to draft a report that will investigate the opportunities of issuing such a label. And the way we have addressed this is that we have requested a technical study that will look into several different options of establishing such a label, including also the investigation of the current market of labels, looking into various options for the governance, and looking into the extent to which, for instance, existing labels can be used and accommodate the needs that are required from this label as well, so that we have more labels that cover more comprehensively the energy area. This study will be finished by the end of this year and will make a public report. And on the basis of that, the Commission will draft its report, and then the Commission will make a decision on the basis of those recommendations. Those recommendations could be, well, no, there will be not any label, or that there will be a label that looks like this or like that. So that's the current timeline for things. So I hope that that sort of more or less covers what was in the question.
Thank you, Henrik. Very good. I think we have time for one more question at least. I see that there's one question to Daniel Paul. Then a few questions related to Geos for biogas and hydrogen, which we can probably take on later on in this webinar. So there's quite a long question for Daniel, and
okay, go ahead.
It mainly asks the relation that FaStGO and CEN working group has. So is the FaStGO merely to be considered as a technical opinion, or is it sort of more going to be more actively included in the working group? And second follow-up question is that what is the governance/decision process for approval of the final standard, the members of the working group and member states, and how long are you in the process of reviewing the FaStGO proposal?
Okay. Try to help me if I remember the questions right, but the first one is the position regarding FaStGO. The work group 5 is a work group on the GTC 14, which is a technical committee. So in fact, they need to take the final decision before we send out the revised document for formal approval, which is the second question. So in fact, work group 5 has a general position to create that version, and the basis of that we do that on a unanimous way. So our drive is to make that available through consensus within the work group. So everybody attending has more or less an equal voice. So that's done within work group 5. The second question, the formal way, is that when working group 5 has reached a final version with the revised standard, then we need to put it out for formal approval, and formal approval can only be done by the member states through the national normative bodies. So in that case, the experts they have forwarded as representatives for each member state are of course present in the working group, so they you could say they have a more strong formal link to that process. And then it's a formal commenting procedure, and that takes time. So first, when we are ready, it takes last thing I heard, it takes around 12-13 weeks to prepare a version. It needs to be translated. All the wording and drafting needs to be very precise and correct. Then it will be forwarded to all the member states for a formal vote, and then the member states through the national normative bodies can vote and say we are positive, we are negative, and they can still make comments, and we need to enclose that in the end, and then that is that formal vote is can be unanimous, can be a majority, so there are different rules related to that as well. So that's why I was saying in my presentation that it's not only the time frame that we need to complete our work, but there's a whole formal process behind it before we can reach into a phase and a final version that is approved and has an approved, decided version available for use on implementation by that too. And the last question, Marcus, help me again.
So how long are you in the process of reviewing the proposals from FaStGO?
Well, we just received the proposals in May. Of course, we started the work already based on the received draft to get the commenting process on its way as soon as possible, considering time. Well, that already created some good starting point for all the experts within Work Group 5 to do their commenting. Which we have received, well, by the deadline last week. So we have a major list now of received commenting that we need to go through. And we do that through the steering group to make a first assessment and make proposals back to the plenary work group for further discussion or hopefully approval so that we can close that point off. And that's the current process. So we need to follow through on that, try to get as soon as possible consensus about discussions that are still happening and comments received. Yeah, that's what we are doing today. We still have the aim to complete our work, hopefully somewhere this summer. We started the process of that. We would like to close this by the end of July. But yeah, that's not completely under our control, of course, and it depends on the difficulties of the discussions and how that will proceed. But yeah, the aim is definitely to get this done as quickly as possible, because the sooner we can reach that final phase, the sooner we can kick off the formal process for formal approval. Yeah, that's the thing that we arbitrate between to see what we can do now, take the obvious things, and it could also be the case that really complementing of complex discussions that is not achievable to reach a consensus about, that should be done in the second phase of revisioning, because the main risk that we have is that it will take so much time that there is no revised standard available for member states next year, and that's the thing that we keep a very close view upon to at least achieve that, and to see what we can tag along in between to get as much in the standard as possible, considering the time that we have.
Thank you, and very many thanks for Daniel and Henrik for their very good answers and for being the voice of the Commission representatives here, providing very good input to the webinar. Okay. There are some other questions on the line, but I think we can postpone them for a little bit later, or then provide a written answer, because we want to keep up with our schedule. But it is very possible that we will have time later on to take those questions, as they are also related to later topics. So now it's time to welcome Mr. Remco van Stein Kallenfels, who is a senior guarantee of origin expert at CertiQ and sort of the guru of EECS rules, is the non-formal presentation. Remco, the floor is yours. So he will present the general quality upgrade of the Geos standard regarding the updates for RED 2. Remco, we are seeing your notes. So
yeah, that's not what I was going for. I have a presentation too. How's this?
No, not yet. But yeah, there, if you select the PowerPoint, we will be able to. So now we're seeing the GoToWebinar.
Oh, this is tricky. Yeah, guys, I want apparently. So this, I hope this works kind of. I was hoping actually to. Bollocks. Sorry, guys. Not everything seems to be working as I would hope. So, can you see my presentation? Is my question?
No, it's the notes.
It's the notes again. Well, that's annoying.
You should be able to select which screen you are sharing from the sharing.
So that's it. Ah, how's this? Is this better?
See, now we're not seeing a screen.
Okay. Let's see. This should be the one.
Yes, excellent.
Ah, so
No.
that's how this works. Yeah, it's a bit tricky for me. I have to figure things out as we go along here a bit.
Yeah, we are seeing it. We are seeing the bottom of your Outlook window, but I'm sure that doesn't matter. So we're seeing the slides quite well.
I can easily do it like this, and then
maybe put it down. Yeah, this is good. Thank you.
So now you're seeing a blue bar, I think, at the bottom, but that's quite all right. Okay, so brief introduction, because you're not here to listen to me talk about myself. My name is Remco Vos and Carvos. I've been working with CertiQ, the Dutch issuing body for guarantees of origin for renewable electricity and for non-renewable electricity also, and finally for renewable heat. I've been working with CertiQ for 15 years, and I've had the honor of contributing to FaStGO in the comparison of several documents, and also the drafting of the actual text. What are we looking at? Well, the Geos system exists to provide information to consumers on the origin of energy. It consists of a number of components that work together like a set of gears. And if you take one gear away, the whole stops functioning. Now, the components of a Geos system are these: account holder registration, production device registration, of which an essential part is that the details of the production device are independently verified. Geo issuing, which is done by collecting production data that is also independently verified. Geo transfer, which exists to balance out the positions in Geo that account holders may have, so that each may comply with its legal obligations. And these obligations are the following two bullets, actually. So Geo cancellation, being invalidation of Geos to make a claim regarding the origin of energy, and disclosure, being the process whereby such a claim is made. Now, as we will see later, these two are very closely tied. So some updates. In FaStGO, we've developed a text proposal for the standard to make it consistent with Directive 2018-2001 on renewable energy. And as that standard had previously only been drafted to facilitate Geos for electricity, a major update we did was to split the provisions of the standard into two parts. So one which contains generic provisions that apply to all Geos regardless of energy carrier, and a second part containing provisions specific to and grouped by each individual energy carrier, being electricity, gas, including hydrogen, and heating and cooling. Now, in this presentation, I will focus on the generic provisions, and the energy carrier specific provisions will be discussed in other presentations over the course of this afternoon. There is no time to actually go through all of the amendments we made with regard to the standard, but a few of them are important to note. So we included provisions that secure that where a Geo is issued, only that Geo may represent the origin of the related energy. This prevents double counting. Cancelling Geos has always been and will remain an important part of that. Adam White of Rex already alluded to this earlier on. Geos can be cancelled by suppliers, but also for contracts marketing energy as having specific qualities. And then conversion. One energy carrier may be converted into another, and the Geo scheme must support this. Next, disclosure statements and supervision. So suppliers disclose the origin of energy they supply and we included provisions for supervising that process. Then we have the assessment of national geo schemes. Under the directive, member states shall recognize each other's geos. That means they have to assess the accuracy, reliability, and veracity of these geos. And we propose that for efficiency's sake, each member state has its own geo scheme audited periodically. And then regarding expiry, the provisions for expiry and the directive were not clearly understood by all. So we've developed a specific interpretation that should align things. And finally, we've made a few additions to the standard that will hopefully help prevent VAT fraud. Now, the last 5 of these I will discuss in more detail in upcoming slides. But first, let's have a brief look at the data that is included in a geo. Here too, we have made a split between generic data and energy carrier specific data. I'd like to highlight a few of these items. First, the technology and the source. These represent the source used by a device to produce energy and the technology employed to do so. The standard already contained a coding structure for these, which we have updated to facilitate the additional energy carriers. So being gas, including hydrogen, and heating and cooling. Next, we have the carbon footprint, which is an optional data item. The standard already enabled this for electricity, and we have further elaborated this for the other energy carriers. And finally, we have, of course, the data items specific to these energy carriers, which I'll not go into now. These will be discussed later on today. So, geo issuance. I promised earlier I would get back to conversion, but before I do, I should probably briefly explain how geo issuance works. So the simplest case is where a production device produces one energy carrier from only one source. In this example, as is shown on the screen, 10 megawatt hours is produced, which means that 10 geos are issued that contain the corresponding data items, being that they are issued for energy carrier 1, which was produced from energy source A. Now we add another source. We see here the share, or here I'm not sure if you can see my pointer, but we see here the share of each energy source in the total energy sources used by the device. And this split is calculated based on the energy content of each individual source. Now, in this particular example, the split is 60-40, and the resulting geos, as you can see, have to be split accordingly. So if the output is still 10 megawatt hours, then the resulting geos are now split into 6 and 4 megawatt hours, each number for its respective energy source. Next, we add another output. So let's say the production device doesn't just produce 10 megawatt hours of energy carrier 1, but also 15 megawatt hours in another energy carrier. The same method would apply. The resulting geos would have to be split in the same manner. So in this case, applying that same 60-40 split to 15 megawatt hours would result in 9 geos for source A, but carrier 2, and 6 for source B, carrier 2. Now, what this all has to do with conversion is the following. In some cases, the primary source of an input used may not be evident. For example, this could be the case if electricity is used that is drawn from a grid. In such a case, the source of the energy shall be derived by cancelling geos for the consumption of the device. These geos could, for example, have been used for electricity fed into the grid by a wind turbine. And now we come to how geos are used. Geo issuing and geo cancellation for disclosure are two sides of the same coin. Because when a geo is issued, let's wait for the animation there. Yeah. when it's issued, it's placed in an account of an account holder. And a supplier of electricity, for example, has a legal obligation to disclose the source of the electricity supplies. For renewable electricity, he must cancel Geos. What that means is effectively there's a disclosure statement that is made to the consumer, and there's a cancellation that's being done. However, a consumer doesn't normally receive the Geo itself, so therefore some level of supervision is needed to check that the disclosure statements and the Geos cancelled are in balance. This authority that performs the supervision must have the ability to act when a supplier doesn't meet its legal obligations. Moving on to assessment of national Geo schemes. As I mentioned earlier, under the directive, member states shall recognize each other's Geos. A member state may only refuse to recognize Geo if it has doubts about its accuracy, reliability, or veracity. But how to assess such qualities, considering that the EU has 27 member states? Each member state would have to gather such information as to make an assessment for 26 other member states. That's already 702 assessments, so that involves a lot of work, especially as the rules of a national Geo scheme may be subject to change over time, so such assessments would have to be made periodically. Now to reduce the workload, we propose that each member state has its own Geo scheme audited once every 3 years, the resulting report of which can be provided to relevant competent bodies and other member states upon their request. In doing so, each member state will not have to go out of its way to get the information it needs. It can simply base its opinion on the audit report, which is a lot more efficient. Next up is expire and the interpretation of such. Now, Geos do not live forever, and that makes sense because you don't really want to stockpile them because that might lead to credibility issues once you cancel a Geo that was issued for production periods, say like in 2015. If it were to be cancelled for consumption in 2020, one could rightfully, I think, question the link between those. Now, the directive limits a Geo's lifetime in 2 ways, which are shown on the screen. First, Geos are valid for 12 months after the production of the energy to which they relate. And second, Geos expire at the latest 18 months after the production of that same energy. We've found that the meaning of these provisions were not evidently the same to everyone, so we propose a specific interpretation which is shown in the timeline here. So the validity of a Geo means its eligibility to be transferred from one account to another. So the first 12 months is basically the period during which the relevant Geo can be transferred. And then expiry means the cessation of a Geo's eligibility to be cancelled. So a Geo can actually be cancelled within 18 months after the production period. Now, as it says here, Geos expire at the latest 18 months after production of energy, which means that logically it should be possible for member states to choose a shorter period for cancellation. And then lastly, we come to fraud prevention. I will not go into how one could commit VAT fraud with Geos, because explaining that would simply take too much time, more time than we have today. And I think there are 2 important principles that should be mentioned here, being that 1, all transactions with regard to Geos must be recorded, And 2, the holder of an account shall be the owner of any geos in that account. So in this way, the owner of a geo cannot hide behind the account holder. The only permissible exception is where production device owner is registered with a relevant issuing body that a specific account holder may act on its behalf. So in that case, the holder of the account will not own the geo, but the owner would still be registered, which means that ownership of the geo is fully transparent at all times, as is the history of transfers with regard to a geo. Such transparency will help detecting VAT fraud and thereby also aid in its prevention. That's it for me for now. I think we've again planned a poll here, which I hope Katrine will present because I don't have it readily available. So perhaps I can switch this back to her. And I'll read it aloud. So this poll says, how do you look at quality assurance at geo import? And there's one of 2 answers possible. First being assessment of the geo scheme of the exporting domain is needed. And second is quality of national geo schemes should be reassured by a European framework. And I take it that Katrine and Marcus will moderate this poll and further questions.
Katrine, we cannot hear you.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Remco, for the presentation in general and the general quality upgrade of the system. Just looking at the poll results for now, this is interesting. Indeed, about 1/4 of the attendees supports that an assessment of the geo scheme of an exporting domain is needed in order to support quality assurance, and another 3/4 of the audience currently say that it should be the European framework which reassures the quality of national geo schemes. So that's good to know. Then looking at the poll questions, we see a question from Felicia Mester. She asks something on the expiry date. Since renewable gas can be, so let's ask Remco, renewable gases can be easily stored for later use. Wouldn't it make sense to have longer expiry dates for geos?
Well, I'm not sure if it would be up to me to answer that question, but I think there is some sense to what Ms. Mester is suggesting, because I think originally, indeed, the limited lifetime of a geo was tied to geos being specifically for electricity, and of course electricity at this time cannot be stored at a large scale in such a way as is commercially feasible, although I do know that in the Netherlands there are tests with electric cars. But indeed, gases can be easily stored. But as of this moment, the rules for expiry in the directive are harmonized for all energy carriers. So to facilitate such would require that the directive be amended and I could see reason to do that in the future, but it's not up to me.
Yeah, thank you. So it's mainly a legal argument in the first place, and then anyway,
Yeah.
some restriction at some point will come up probably. Then there's another question from Kai Aldenhoff. Could you please further elaborate on the importance of showing the source splits? Maybe with an example, she asks.
Yeah, well, this has everything to do with being able to make specific claims with regard to the energy source by a supplier. And I realize that this may not be the same in all member states as of this moment. But what I see in several countries is that there are there's a specific demand for specific energy sources by customers, and so it makes sense to be able to distinguish between the two, and that's why the split is normally made.
Okay, thank you. So then there is a question from Thomas Kieski. I assume the question splits between the AIB and the SEN, but he asks, when will all AIB registries permit access to all market participants? Currently, around half restrict membership to only licensed power suppliers. Well, first of all, it's not up to AIB to set these requirements. AIB is a membership organization, so maybe the question would then go into would then be rephrasable into can a standard require an issuing body to permit access to its registry to all market participants? Then could I ask the question to you, Remco?
Well, I'm not sure if I don't see the question on my screen. All questions I'm seeing on the screen, but this one apparently is not. What time was it recorded?
14:02.
14. So that helps. Now I can scroll up a bit. Yeah, well, it's this really isn't up to AIB. Actually, AIB does permit access to all market participants, provided that its members do so. So where a member permits access to all market participants, so will AIB. So possibly I should flip the question for a proper answer, being that could AIB require of all its members to permit access to all market participants? And in theory, I think it could, but it would require that the members agree to such. So it would require a vote within the association, and as long as it would require a majority vote to enable this.
Yeah. Okay, and one latest question before we take a short break. From Florian Siebert, what is the definition of the production period to calculate the validity of the Geo on that basis? If the production is running all year long, how to cut production periods?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Well, in any case, I will start with the validity of a Geo is normally tied to the end date of production. but then still, of course, there's the question of, well, what's a production period? And normally, and that's also the way we've done it in the FaStGO proposal, is that normally a production period should not exceed 1 calendar month, except in the case of really small production devices. And also in practice, we also see shorter production periods for large plant, where a production period might even be daily. And ultimately, this is defined by the issuing body, so it's a national thing, really. But except for really small devices, the max is 1 calendar month.
Thank you. Then that brings us to the fact that we need to take a break in time, because today we have a lot of content and we expect a lot of our attendees. We have a lot of content that we present all together. So we will have an 11-minute break to keep us on track, on time. We are doing not bad. And after the break, we will look into the second piece of the program, and we will reconvene at 2:45 Central European time. I don't know in which place of Europe you are, but the rest of the world you are. But this is Central European time on your screen, and enjoy your break. Hello, everybody. We are back online. This is then the opportunity where we present the slot, the second slot of our program. We have interesting sessions. We have three basic pieces. First, we will have a time slot where so Remco presented just a moment ago the generic requirements of the Geo system for a generic Geo system, and he also explained that there will be add-ons per energy carrier or peculiarities per energy carrier. So the standard was designed as a main generic Geo system with subsections at the end of the standard that define the peculiarities per energy carrier, and these will now be presented. Marcus Klimczewski will present the electricity specific requirements, and after that we can take your questions in a short Q&A, and then we will have a section on the requirements that relates to gases and hydrogen, which we will bring in 4 separate presentations: categorization of gases, hydrocarbon gas requirements, energy source specific, so the renewable hydrocarbon gases, and hydrogen specific requirements. Then we have a Q&A on these presentations, and then another presentation on the concept of energy carrier conversion, and dive a bit more in detail there. And after that, then we will have dived really deep into content, and then you deserve your next break. Thanks a lot for joining here, and let's move now to the presentation of Marcus Klimczewski on the electricity specific requirements.
Thank you, Katrin. I can start presenting. Can you confirm that you are able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Excellent. So, yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Marcus Klimczewski. You have already seen me and heard me. I'm moderating this together with Katrin, but now I'm giving you the specific requirements regarding electricity that we have made. And I didn't get the chance to introduce myself yet, so I'm Marcus Klimczewski, senior consultant at Gaia Consulting. We're a consultancy for sustainable business, and I have been active with Geos for the past 10 years. I started with writing my thesis about geo policies and residual mix calculations early last decade, and was also very involved in the work of AIB, chairing the internal affairs working group for almost 5 years. And currently I'm working as a professional reviewer of the AIB and still involved in the geo world. So regarding the electricity specific requirements, of course, the standard started with electricity, so it's not a new chapter in that sense, but and I won't go through every small detail that we changed, but I will go through the main high level changes that we propose for the CEN working group. So here are the 7 high-level changes that I've picked out. There are some minor details elsewhere, and the first 3 I will go through in a separate slide. So let's leave those for the time being. Those are perhaps the major ones and which require a bit more explanation. But let's now focus on this slide on the latter 4. So first of all, the cancellation deadline on the 21st of March of the following year for disclosure of the previous year consumption. And that is mainly just enforcing an existing procedure in many countries. So we have a set date when we close the books for previous year when all cancellations regarding that year have to be made in order to calculate disclosure mixes. Then we have addressed the addition of the directive regarding the simplified information for production devices below 50 kilowatts. There's not, the simplification itself doesn't add so much value because, well, basically because there's not so many things to simplify, and it's not so much information content, more the verification of the plant, which is difficult or which is time consuming. So we have made some remarks on that, but nothing too big. Then regarding the inspection of production devices, we have made recommendations on how those should be carried out and when they should especially be carried out, but still we propose to leave this at the issuing body's discretion on how it wants to verify the information of their production devices located in their domain. So those are just mainly recommendations. Then regarding Geos issued for highly efficient code generation, we have outlined basically the existing procedure in many countries so that we only issue one Geo. We don't issue a separate Geo which represents the attributes of the technology, being high efficient code generation, and one which represents the attributes of the source, but rather that the one Geo for electricity combines these two attributes in a source technology Geo in order to avoid double counting. Okay, now let's just checking my time. So now let's go through the major three. First of all, extending the definition of disclosure beyond suppliers. So Adam briefly touched upon this issue. So traditionally we perceive disclosure as something done by suppliers. So if the supplier sells green electricity to its customers, being companies and households, it must cancel Geos to corroborate those claims. So whatever amount it has sold as green, it has to cancel, and then it can also cancel for its generic mix. And that's the underlying purpose and origin of Geos. However, enabling self-claiming of energy attributes by energy consumers is essential for the Geo market because it represents a significant proportion of the market demand for Geos. That means that a company acquires electricity as just electricity from a supplier or from the wholesale market in some cases, and it can itself or through a service provider cancel Geos to corroborate its own consumption. So it doesn't have to purchase green electricity. It can make the greening itself, or it can make the disclosure itself. And since this is so vital for the Geo system, and having disclosure in all countries only for suppliers would be an administrative burden for some consumers, we should have a Geo system that reliably supports this in the system rules. Of course, countries can have differing rules regarding this, but this should be enabled in the system rules. So we have enabled, in our proposals, we have enabled this process. Okay, then the second one, that is more sensitive, and we have a poll question coming up, so pay attention to this. So here we are in the situation where we have more electricity generation than what is sort of released to the market for trading, and that is because we have some facilities at the location of the generation device which consume electricity. It can be some process by the same company or by another company, but anyway, that electricity is sort of consumed at the same location as it has been generated. Now we have a choice. We have a choice if we say that Geos can be issued only for this amount, for the electricity that is released for trade, and that we deduct the on-site consumption. It basically means if we issue for this amount, it means that the origin consumed at the site, so this on-site electricity consumption, is automatically determined as the electricity generated at the site, and hence we can only issue for this because this is automatically green. We have another choice. We can say that this on-site electricity consumption, which is automatically supplied with the electricity generated at the site, can have free choice of the energy it consumes. So meaning that it can, of course, buy those Geos which were issued for that electricity generation, or it can buy any other Geos, or it can just say that it consumes the residual mix. And the reason why this is a topic is that there is a significant group of stakeholders in the Geo system and policymakers that consider that Geos for on-site consumption should not be traded, since they believe that this would harm consumer credibility of the whole Geo system. Basically, that if we have at the same site consumption, that should automatically be considered derived from the same source as the generation. What is important for FaStGO is that we have the same scope for issuing Geos and same scope for electricity disclosure. So that means that if we go along this path, that the on-site electricity consumption has choice and we can issue for the entire electricity generation, then there are certain criteria that must be met. This on-site consumption must be subject to a disclosure requirement, meaning that it must cancel Geos if it wants to be green, and it's accounted for in the residual mix. The consumption is counted for there, so meaning it's counted for in the national statistics and not netted out with the generation. So there's no double disclosure. Then restrict, if these conditions are met, this is the number 3 of our proposal there in the rules. If this is met, then restricting the tradability of the Geo on the basis of trading of the electricity is a question of opinion. So we are happy to get your feedback on that. So bear in mind that we will ask this in the poll. Then the final topic. So obligation to use Geos for explicit attribute claims. We have said that only Geos may be used for products. So if an electricity supplier sells green electricity, it can only use Geos to corroborate those claims. And then it also has these dark customers for which it must disclose a mix. So that's the first thing. And then this tracking hierarchy, it's not, the term hierarchy is not used, but we sort of introduced that in our recommendation, saying that there are certain ways through which the mix of a supplier is determined. First of all, if a supplier sells 100 gigawatt hours of electricity, then it adds the geo cancellations, then information from other legislative tracking systems, mainly a support scheme where linked with disclosure. Then we have added an option to use electricity supply contract for energy sources without a geo system. So if in a country there's no geo system for nuclear or fossil energy, contracts may be used. But whenever a geo system is introduced, then all claims of energy must be based on geos. So supply contracts are only possible when there's no geo system for that energy source. And then whenever you have added up these 3 things, so in this case they would add up to 70 gigawatt hours, then you would use the national residual mix to fill up the gap in order to have origin for all electricity that is sold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. That was good to see that the electricity specifics could be presented basically in such a short time slot, although there have been already so many years of operation. This is now the Q&A session on electricity. So I invite your questions there. And in the meantime, here you have the poll, a quick poll question, as Marcus already announced. Could you read it out, Marcus?
Yes. Have you put it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, I don't see it yet, but maybe I can.
You can read it out.
Oh yeah, here. So should tradability of geos be limited if the underlying electricity produced is consumed at the site? So basically, should we only limit the issuing of geos for that electricity which is released onto the market? And then the answer is yes, that's the only way to prevent double disclosure. Yes, other reasons. And then the third option is no, if double disclosure is prevented by having the basically the same scope for disclosure and issuing of geos. And then the fourth option is no, that it doesn't even matter what the scope of disclosure is, geos are always tradable. Am I still sharing my screen?
No.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, because there wasn't a way to stop it anymore.
No,
Yeah,
let's
good.
see how many people have answered. 37% has voted. The answers are still changing. And it seems to be okay. I give 10 more seconds to the answers.
Mm-hmm.
So we can look at them. We should be able to see them. Should tradability of Geos be limited if the underlying electricity is consumed at the site? And there is not a clear view, but there is a small majority that goes for the third option. It's not necessary if double disclosure is prevented by the regulatory framework. So there is also, that's 41% of the answers, which was 41% of the audience answered the question.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
we are 155 people. So there is indeed quite a lot of people who have expressed an opinion, and the difference between the yes and the no voters is there, but not extreme. So that's interesting to see. But it is really interesting to see that if the regulatory framework avoids double disclosure, that could be a way to overcome the on-site consent.
Of course, it would have been nicer to get a more firm answer, because this is more of an opinion. We also see that the double disclosure has to be prevented, but then this yes or no is more an opinion, and now it seems that still the opinions are quite tight on this regard, at least in this audience.
Yeah. And indeed, Tom Lindberg notifies that indeed it's 60-40.
Yeah.
So that indeed has significance to note. And Eva also mentions that the definition of on-site, of course, is important to give a meaningful content to what the concept of on-site means. So we can take that along in the consultation as well.
Yes, that's important to take along. Of course, we have talked about trade, electricity released for trade, and we have talked about on-site consumption, but we haven't. It's very difficult to provide an all-around definition for that, but it's taken on, and this is still quite good feedback that we are getting through the questions and through this poll. So we're gonna look into this and how we formulate it in our proposal.
Okay. So that brings us back to the other Q&A. Actually, there are not so many questions on the electricity specific chapter. That either means that you were very clear or everybody is very happy. So there is a question from Simone Acornero on, is there any plan to extend the FaStGO initiative of Certitude to all AIB member states? I think that would be somebody from the Netherlands to answer, and I don't know whether Remco is still available for an oral answer. Otherwise,
I have actually answered. So I don't think there is currently a plan to extend this initiative. Indeed, at Certitude we did do a pilot, but a follow-up action has, at least to my knowledge, not yet been defined.
Okay. Good to know. Maybe at some point it would be good to get some further detail. What is the CENTIO? Could you explain that in one sentence?
Oh, well, what we tried to do was to set up a blockchain to try to register the really small devices, and in doing so, we even tried to do a preliminary testing on whether we could in some way simplify information in a geo so as to actually issue geos for those really small plant, because the production volumes do not quickly add up to a megawatt hour normally.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving some indication on the subject, so everybody knows where to be with a question on the subject. Okay, looking at the questions, I don't see any further questions on the electricity, and that fits perfect with our time schedules because we are now moving into gaseous substances, and we've been we will have a presentation on gases and hydrogen for subsequent presentations. And we will start with a presentation by Wouter van Hout of Initio, who will talk us through a moment through the concept of the categorization of the gases.
Okay, voilà. Thank you very much, Katrien, for giving me the floor. In 2 words, I am Wouter van Hout. I work for the company Initio. We are a sustainable we are a strategic consultancy into sustainable energy and transport, and we've been running a hydrogen competence center for more than 14 years right now. I joined the FaStGO project, I think, into my capacity of project coordinator of the Certify initiative, which is in a program which is being financed by the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, so part of the European Commission. It's a public-private partnership, which has been developing a framework for hydrogen geos to be implemented EU-wide. And what I would like to show, Katrien, if you can go to the next slide, it's on the categorization of gases, where we decided in the FaStGO program that gas, as defined by a product that's flowing through the natural gas network, and that's what most people refer to when they think of gas, and hydrogen, on the other hand, to be 2 distinct energy carriers, which means they are not interchangeable. You can also see left and right 2 pictures of what such a supply chain or such an infrastructure would look like. On the left-hand side, you can see that for gas there is distinct generation, there's a distinct transportation network, which might be the gas grid, but also other systems exist, and with distinct use cases. Let's think of gas going into heat for in industry purposes, gas going into also boilers into the built environment, and so forth and so onwards. Well, also for hydrogen, which you can see on the right-hand side, a distinct set of generators exist, a distinct distribution system exists, which might consist of hydrogen pipelines, but even more in common, it could be tube trailers, and where distinct usages are being done, whether that's putting through adapted boilers, whether that's through adapted gensets, or putting hydrogen through fuel cells. Voilà. And so what we said is that for a consumer, what mainly distinguishes one type of geo from another is the energy carrier. So I think it's fair to say that gas is a different energy carrier than hydrogen. And so whenever we talk about gas geos, we should mention it's a gas geo produced from biomethane. It's a gas geo produced from wind, which some people tend to call wind gas. What I try to explain is that no biomethane geos exist as such. In the first place, we are mentioning the energy carrier, so it is a gas geo, and in the second regard, we also mention the primary energy input, biomass in the case of biomethane. And it's also how all the Geos are set up, where they mention energy carrier, where they mention technology through which it's made, where they do mention the primary energy source. And so what's important is that you cannot use biomethane Geos to green up hydrogen being consumed, because if you would allow for that case to happen, it would mean you don't take into account any potential conversion losses when you would in the physical world convert biomethane into hydrogen, into renewable hydrogen. And not taking that into account is of course physically not correct, but it also will lead to big credibility issues. And as Adam White already said at the beginning of this webinar, credibility towards the end consumer is really key. So when I said you can't use biomethane Geos to green up hydrogen consumption, of course it also goes the other way around, where you can't use any hydrogen Geos to green up the consumption of gas which has been withdrawn from the national grid. Similar to the fact that you are not able to use electricity Geos to green up gas consumption, or to use biomethane Geos to clean up electricity consumption. I'd like to mention as well that the gas Geo scheme and the hydrogen Geo scheme are therefore also distinct, because it treats two energy carriers with a different infrastructure, being on the generation side, the distribution side, or the usage side. And potentially there could be different domains or competent bodies. There might also be well the same. Now there is a specific topic on what happens if hydrogen or biomethane is injected into the gas grid, because the gas grid, after all, it is a blend of different amount of gases. The gas grid, it contains some methane, but it's not 100% methane, and the gas grid is a blend. And therefore, into this gas grid, a variety of different gases can be injected. And that's why we needed to develop a couple of definitions. And Katrien, if you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So in the first place, we had to define what is a hydrocarbon gas, which is an energy carrier consisting of chemical compounds composed mainly of the elements of carbon and hydrogen. So it might be a mixture of methane combined with hydrogen, combined with other renewable gases, which are in a gaseous state when they are at 20 degrees C and atmospheric pressure. As compared to that, we also defined hydrogen to be an energy carrier with a composition of 99.9% of volume of hydrogen, because we do see in the reality that all of the hydrogen that's being transported, being through a pipeline, being through tube trailers, or often even internally into a chemical compound like a refinery, they all comply with 99.9% of hydrogen purity. Next to that, we had also to define what is a network compatible gas, and that is actually a gas which fulfills the technical criteria for injection into the natural gas transmission or distribution system of the respective domain. So that means biomethane can qualify as a network compatible gas because it can be injected into the natural gas transmission and distribution system. Hydrogen could also be a network compatible gas because it can be up to certain limits injected into the natural gas distribution grid, at which state that particular hydrogen would become part of the hydrocarbon gas supply infrastructure, and thus a conversion would take place, and hydrogen has to be considered as being part of the hydrocarbon gas. Voilà. So that's my presentation. It's I hope it's clear, and welcome for any questions.
Thank you, Wouter. Thank you very much. I will ask to hold Arda to put the questions in the question box in the meantime, but we will have the Q&A session after 3 more presentations. But thanks for setting out why we in FaStGO propose to have differentiation between hydrogen and hydrocarbon gas, and then further types of hydrocarbon gas amongst which network compatible gas. I will now speak 10 minutes about these hydrocarbon gas specific requirements. So after the electricity chapter, we propose to have a chapter on hydrocarbon gas specific requirements in the standard. And as Wouter already pointed out, the definition that we propose for hydrocarbon gas is an energy carrier consisting of chemical compounds composed mainly of the elements of carbon and hydrogen, which are in gaseous state when they are at 20 degrees at atmospheric pressure. These normal conditions after the comma simply clarify that the gas could be in another state and at another temperature or another pressure level. For example, bio-LNG could also be considered a hydrocarbon gas under this definition. And it doesn't define the exact chemical composition. It simply says that the compounds are composed mainly of the elements of carbon and hydrogen. And the main aspects to look at when we look at these hydrocarbon gas geos are, first of all, how does the geo look? Remco already presented the main data fields on the geo. Here you see them again. In yellow, you see the optional data fields. In the white text, you see the mandatory data fields on all geos for all energy carriers. And then for the hydrocarbon gas geos, we propose some additional attributes, which are, so apart from the generic data field energy carrier, which is hydrocarbon gas, we propose also to have a data field type of gas. And this type of gas can have 2 values, either network compatible gas or other gas. Network compatible gas is a gas which fulfills the technical criteria for injection in the natural gas distribution or transmission system of the respective domain. That means it leaves some flexibility because of differences in technical requirements in the different countries for grid injection, but on the other hand, it refers to really the gas grid in its definition of the gas directive on the distribution or transmission system. And we also propose to clarify that any gas that is injected in the distribution or transmission system for natural gas, that is called the type of gas network compatible gas. So as a note to what Wouter just noted, if hydrogen is injected into the natural gas grid, it becomes a hydrocarbon gas and it can receive a hydrocarbon gas geo. Any gas in general that can be injected in the gas grid shall become a network compatible gas type of the hydrocarbon gas geo. Further, we propose to add a data field means of supply, or a category, being either injected in pipeline or transported by vehicle. This is there simply to give some information to a consumer. Sometimes consumers really care about, is it possible, for example, that this gas has reached me physically? There is no legal basis to say it should be forbidden to issue such geos, but the consumer may choose to select geos of a gas which he can find it conceivable of that the gas has physically reached his door. And that's together with, for example, the production device location or other information. He can make up his mind on what he wants to buy. In order to, we received quite some comments on the general principle that there shall be only one energy source type mentioned on the geo, because often a gas is, of course, created with a mixture of inputs. But as Remco explained, there is a reason to have only one energy source type on the geo, and that is for several reasons. It's easier to manage the data. It's easier to produce statistics on energy source types to display for which energy sources geos have been issued. So if you have to say this geo has been issued for 60% of this and 20% of that and 20% of that other thing, it will become a lot more complex to display in statistical data. So there shall be one main energy source type, but in case the issuing body chooses to provide it, it's possible to provide some background information on the mixture of inputs on addition on the geo. That brings on the question, so the question of the type of gas brings up how does conversion issuance work with hydrocarbon gas. So after this time slot, we will have another section on energy carrier conversion, and there we will explain how energy carrier conversion works and how geos can be issued after conversion. It means that you have to cancel a geo first before to prove the origin of the newly created energy carrier. And here in the hydrocarbon gas, we propose that if you consume a gas, you shall cancel geos of the same type of gas as the actual gas type consumed. So if you consume that network compatible gas, you have to cancel network compatible gas type of geos. There is also a general rule for energy carrier conversion, is that you don't transfer all the data of the original geo. You only transfer the basic energy source and some data, but not the data of the production device. Normal conversion issuance relates simply the production device to the conversion device. But in case of hydrogen that's injected into the natural gas grid, we propose to maintain all the characteristics of the production device of the cancelled hydrogen geos. That means basically we only change the energy carrier to hydrocarbon gas type network compatible gas on those geos, but more illustration on that later. Then there is on inspections, there is a general arrangement for how to approach the concept of inspections and the verification of data accuracy. There is the generic part of the standard says that an inspection is likely to be appropriate in quite a set of cases, and it also gives an indication of what to be verified in an inspection. In the hydrocarbon gas section, it's proposed that there is a mandatory inspection before the first issuance of geos, or mandatory verification mechanism. And there can be an annual inspection of the production and consumption declaration on base of which geos are issued, that aims to confirm the energy source and the quantities of inputs versus outputs. But Attila will explain more after me. And coming back to the question, which gas receives a geo, that's also the generic formula, the total output produced multiplied by the energy input factor that relates to the energy source of the inputs, minus the auxiliary consumption. But in case of hydrocarbon gas, the output is determined as a flow measurement multiplied with the upper calorific value, given that that is standard in gas grids in general. Tradable gas geos are proposed to be issued for the gas that is injected into a distribution or transmission system for gas, or for another type of transportation system for the case of liquefied and compressed gases. Thank you for listening to this presentation, and I suggest we immediately move into the specifics of energy source specific requirements for hydrocarbon gases of biological origin. And I therefore welcome very much the Secretary General of ERCAR, Attila Kovac. It has been an honor to work together with you in this project so far, and sure we have not stopped collaborating. So welcoming you on this floor here.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I hope you have my slides.
Yes. Are they on the screen? Oh, am I not presenting anything?
You don't have that at hand?
Yes, I have them. I thought I was presenting them.
Apologies, that was my now it's back to Catherine.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. My name is Attila Kovac. I am serving the European Renewable Gas Registry Association as Secretary General. Our association, ERGAR, is assisting AIB in performing the tasks under the FaStGO project. We are a subcontractor, and our input is mainly bringing in our experience with the certification of biomethane. I tell you honestly that this work until now was not as simple as somebody would expect. It turned out that we are coming from different industries, and we needed quite some communication and quite some goodwill in order to find the common language and to understand the terms and practices each other and to understand each other in a proper way. Next slide, if you give me, please. This is a small example Catherine has already mentioned. As far as I understand, in the world of electricity, it is not that complicated. You have megawatt hours and kilowatt hours, and that's it. But when it comes to gas, we have everything. We have British thermal units and gigacalories and kilocalories and tons of oil equivalent and cubic feet and cubic meters, standard cubic meters. Okay, we were lucky that we had the guidance from the directive, a clear one, so we could easily agree on applying the megawatt hours in the Geos, as you all know. We still had to come to an agreement on the calorific value. As Catherine has already mentioned, we decided that we suggest to use the upper calorific value or the higher heating value consequently. This is an important distinction because you all know that the difference between upper and lower calorific value is in the range of 11%. So the number which is indicated in the GO is definitely different if you are using different calorific values. As Catherine said, we decided to go this way for a logical reason, because that is corresponding to the practice of the European natural gas industry and also the gas industries in the member states. If we move to the next one, I am citing you another example where we understood that electricity and renewable gas is not exactly the same business. In my way of looking at it, it is very simple to define the source of energy in case of electricity. You have wind and solar, hydro, biomass, and that's done. It is not exactly sufficient in our case, because if you say hydrocarbon gas of biological origin, which is mostly biomethane, is produced from biomass, this would not satisfy a number of markets and a number of consumers. We know from experience that that consumers, traders, stakeholders do want to know which biomass was the source. And obviously, this is related to a lot of publicity about the indirect land use change and the producing and the consuming food and feed and all that stuff. It's very sensitive, and that is why we are saying that when it comes to hydrocarbon gas of biological origin, that biological origin has to be made understood and represented in the GO to the consumers, because this is what they want to know. They really want to know whether it is energy crops, which quite some consumers don't really like, whether it's landfill, which is also makes some kind of skepticism, whether it's coming from sewage, from bio-waste, from food waste, and so on and so on. What we came up is not just detailed coding for biomasses, which I'll come to the next slide. But before that, I wanted to mention that, just get back just for a second, please. Take the previous, yeah. I just wanted to mention that that we are suggesting specific inspection, very specific to the renewable hydrocarbon gas of biological origin, because we think, as I just said, that the trustworthiness of the system, of the GEO system, it needs specific inspections, audits, which exactly confirm and check and confirm those data which are about the use of biomass. And these inspections are not just about listing the products processed, because the different materials are generating different volumes of methane. So the inspection should also check that the producer reports the methane yields in accordance with the realities. So if we move to the next one, this is about definitions. It was also a very interesting exercise to get to an understanding and a common viewpoint of definitions, and I'm glad we reached that stage. Obviously, we were faced with a situation when terms and definitions are all different in different countries, different regions, different industries, and it was a task to find something which can be applied generally on a European level. But we decided together was to turn to the EU documents and to rely on the definitions from the Renewable Energy Directive and from the base directive as much as possible. And in the draft of the standard, you will see the definitions of all these which I have listed here. This should help anybody properly understanding the information the Geo is providing. Another question, which is on the next slide, we also had to provide some information of some conventions in order to find a common language. For example, we had to make some distinction between liquid and solid products or solid materials. As you see here, we just, as a convention, we decided to categorize a material like a sewage sludge as liquid if the dry matter content is below 10%, and categorize it as solid if it is above. Obviously, we could agree on 8% or 10 or 12 or something. 10 looks similar, looks logical, and most important, we need a number which is known and accepted by everybody. The same was related also to manure. There are so many different expressions in the all around on manure and slurry and dung and whatever. And we decided that to have a clearance, we bring this information into the draft of the standard, making a distinction between a liquid and a solid product. So the next slide is about something which is not how to say it, it would not look that so important from somebody in the industry, because it goes about the methane emissions in the producing units. And we know exactly that the methane emissions have nothing to do with the volume of energy which is represented in the Geo, because whatever is emitted in the production unit does not pass the export meter, so it is not in. It is mostly emitted to the atmosphere from storage facilities or coming from the gas separation units and so on. But we could not ignore this topic because it is sensitive politically, and a number of people who are not necessarily in favor of our industry, they claim that we are emitting huge volumes of methane in the atmosphere, and it is not true that we are doing something positive for the environment. We know exactly in the industry that this is not the case. The methane emissions are far below 1%. And they are relatively difficult, obviously, to measure. So what we decided that we do not come up with a Europe-wide regulation in the standard for methane emissions, because, as I said, it is not relevant to the volume which the Geo is representing. And the other reason is that it is something which is extremely difficult to regulate on a European level in lack of proper measurements. But in order to indicate that we are aware of this issue, we included this note, as you see on the screen, that a national Geo scheme may provide conditions for issuing Geos which are related to maximum methane emission. For example, there is such a limitation already in place in Germany. As far as I know, the national issuing body, the national system may say that whenever I am qualifying a producing unit to issuing Geos for biomethane or for renewable hydrocarbon gas, I want to make sure that, for example, the digestate storage is covered and the methane emission is properly monitored and tracked and so on. So we left this issue to the national geo schemes. As I said, we did not want to ignore it, but we don't think it is up to the European standard to regulate. That was my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attila. I think Katrin is muted again.
Sorry, I really have to listen. No, sorry indeed. Thank you indeed, Attila. Thank you also a lot to Floor Bellin and Milenko Matosik from EDGAR, who have also actively contributed very much inside FaStGO on this proposal. Before taking questions, let's move to the presentation on the hydrogen geos, the hydrogen geo specific requirements, which will be provided by Frederik Bartz from Initio, who we've been appreciating very much as a senior standard expert. I don't know whether you managed to share your screen. There you are. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Katrin. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Frederik Bartz of Initio, that was presented by Wouter earlier. So I will cover indeed the hydrogen-specific requirements that we have that we're proposing, which you will see cover a few details because most of the generic requirements have already cover quite well what is needed for hydrogen. So next slide, please. So as an introduction, just to say that these requirements, they were developed from the experience that we have with Certify, which is a scheme that has been developed since 2014 for hydrogen, geo scheme, divided with the participation of industry, a platform of over 100 companies involved with hydrogen, maybe over 900 individuals. So it's worth that has gone over a few years that allowed to develop a pilot system that has been running with a few pilot facilities. So we have a lot of thought that has gone into the hydrogen geo systems and experience with operation. And one particularity of hydrogen geos is that we started to work on that recently after the experience that industry had with biofuels, where it was seen that renewables didn't necessarily mean sustainable. So quite early on, the idea that sustainability in terms of greenhouse gas intensity should be part of the concept, because when you are converting biomass to energy, you could have significant greenhouse gas emissions, which is not just CO2, but global warming impact of activities in the biomass supply chain. So to avoid what happened with biofuels, the stakeholders agreed with the idea that greenhouse gas intensity should be part of the concept. Also, part of Certify is the possibility to issue geos for hydrogen, which is not of renewable origin, but has a low carbon intensity. So basically, the greenhouse gas intensity threshold that was chosen to define what is green hydrogen from renewable origin was also applied to define simply low carbon hydrogen, which is hydrogen of non-renewable origin. These are Certify labels that were adopted in the Certify framework, but you could have other labels developed. And basically, this greenhouse gas intensity is defined in reference to a benchmark, which is the normal way to produce hydrogen today, the most common hydrogen production from natural gas by steam methane reforming. And the threshold that was adopted was 60%, because that was the reduction requirement for biofuels compared to the reference. So just to give a bit of background of where we're coming from with hydrogen. We can move to the next slide. Thank you, Catherine. So here I will be showing you a bit how things are presented in the standard. Many of these specific points, they are not actually requirements. They are provided as notes to say, if you, the requirements are those provided in the standards, but for information, there may be additional requirements for hydrogen geos that may be defined by the specific geo schemes to address hydrogen-specific concerns. So let's go over a few examples. So for instance, there is some specific text about how you define the boundary limits of your production device, the information that you need to provide. So a hydrogen production system can be quite sophisticated with interfaces with a filling plant, with injection into a grid. You could even have hydrogen injection into the natural gas grid. So all these things need to be specified to define the system. And also for registration of the production device, information may also be required on other hydrogen production devices operated by the registrant. In particular, high carbon intensity hydrogen production devices, because we see that when you introduce a guarantee of origin scheme in a domain, it eliminates accountability for high carbon intensity production, because that becomes part of the residual mix. So to compensate that situation, well, the geo scheme can ask that information be collected on the other production devices that are going to be part of that domain. There is a provision allowing product pressure at boundary limit to be a requirement. That is, that a minimum pressure must be achieved at the boundary limit. In the certified scheme, we adopted 30 bar. That is to create a bit of a level playing ground, because it does require energy effort to bring hydrogen to a certain stage where it can be transported, distributed, and allowing geos to be issued for hydrogen which is not brought to that pressure creates a bit of a market distortion. And the same applies actually also to the purity requirement, which was integrated in the actual definition of hydrogen. But for pressure, we left that as an option. And by the way, if the pressure is not achieved, there are ways to compensate that situation by accounting for the additional energy that would be needed to bring it to the pressure limit if the production device actually doesn't bring the product to that pressure. Next slide, please. So indeed, there is a provision allowing the addition of greenhouse gas intensity. We also propose to allow that information on the greenhouse gas intensity of the output for which no geos is issued be recorded. It's to avoid plants having very, very high emissions intensity 90% of the time when they're not asking geos to be issued, which is a possibility with hydrogen. If you use high carbon electricity from coal, then the hydrogen resulting from that pathway is going to be 4.7 times higher intensity than the benchmark. So that is also a provision that allows to ensure that plants that are part of the geo scheme basically produce at least hydrogen as benchmark if they are going to issue geos. Then this is a point that was already discussed, the fact that the geos, the generic requirements are to identify one main energy source, which is the energy source of the hydrogen covered by the product. There are production devices that actually combine multiple different types of energy sources, and that's information that is interesting for the user to know that hydrogen was produced not only from the main source identified in the geo, but other energy sources, and therefore here we make a provision for identifying the other types of energies and sources in additional fields. Next slide, please. So here, inspection is similar to gas prior to initial issuance, and an inspection is required. And the other point in this clause is since purity is part of the definition of the product, the facility needs to have a reliable monitoring of product purity with recording, so that you can demonstrate that hydrogen, according to the definition, was produced throughout the period for which Geos are going to be issued. Inspection frequency of 1 year, and also these are verifications that are done at time of Geo issuing. So also actual verification that the hydrogen product met the required purity. Next slide, please. So regarding the energy production, the practice in hydrogen is to use a lower calorific value. That from the beginning, it's really helped by the fact that the numbers are very simple in the lower calorific value. It's 120 megajoules per kilogram, 33 kilograms of hydrogen per megawatt hour, 3 normal cubic meters of hydrogen, 3 kilowatt hours per normal cubic meter. So the numbers are really round when you use a lower calorific value. That has also helped. Therefore, hydrogen Geos, they will be using the lower calorific value, which is not a problem because we're never going to be just switching a hydrogen Geo, for instance, from a gas Geo, just changing the title. It needs to be an actual physical conversion operation with data to record the input and the output. There are calculations, so not a practical issue. And the last point is regarding the definition of the Geo scheme perimeter, which is actually the facilities to which you can for which you can issue Geos just beyond the domain, which is the geographical definition of the area to which a geosystem applies. In the case of hydrogen, you have hydrogen which flows inside processes in very complicated processes. It's not hydrogen distributed as an energy carrier. It's hydrogen produced in very large facilities for a certain time before it's converted into something else further down in the process. And it could be complicated to manage a geosystem if you have to integrate all the petrochemical plants and refineries where hydrogen can be generated and consumed. So there is a possibility that a geo scheme restricts its perimeter to production facilities that meet certain criteria, such as actual distribution of hydrogen to other users. So that is included as a possibility. I think that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick, and also thanks to Walter, Katrin, and Attila for very nice presentations. And before we go into the Q&A, we have a quick poll on hydrocarbon gases, and then we'll answer some of the audience questions. And yeah, Katrin already put it up. Would you like to read it out loud, Katrin, or? Okay, so the poll is open, and the question is: consumers of gas from the natural gas grid can prove green gas consumption if there is a cancellation of a hydrocarbon gas GO with the same type being network compatible. So the GO has to be issued for network compatible gas in order to be usable for network compatible gas disclosure. Any GO issued for hydrocarbon gas, compatibility not needed. Either any hydrocarbon gas GO or a hydrogen GO, or then just any GO for electricity or heating and cooling or whatever. I see the answers are coming up quite nicely, but we can still wait maybe a half a minute. There's still votes coming. So the essential is whether you can only use a GO issued for network compatible gas for network compatible gas consumption, or whether it can be any GO, any hydrocarbon gas GO. Okay, I think we have a fair amount of votes, and it doesn't seem to rise that much anymore. So let's close the poll, and I'll share the results. Okay, so a clear majority considers that if you are disclosing the origin of network of gas taken out of the gas network, you need to use a GO issued for the same quality of gas, and not, for example, raw gas or something. But there is still almost a quarter of the audience that thinks that it can be something else, so compatibility is not needed. Actually it's again like a 60-40 split, because I guess the first option is the most restrictive, and then the three latter options are more loose. So as with the on-site consumption, we have a 60-40 split, which is already indicative. Okay, thanks for the votes. We have some time for Q&A at this point, and maybe we'll start with a question to Fredrik. It's it's an important technical question, and quite to the time, I would say that: can GOs be obtained for blue hydrogen when CO2 is captured and used and not stored? From Maria de Regina. Fredrik, can you take that?
Yes. So well, that was a question that was studied and debated in the last phase of Certify, and we did not conclude on that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So maybe there's going to be now new since with the development of different activities and new regulatory framework, and there's going to be new elements in that will help to make a decision, but this was not decided at the end of Certify 2, at the last phase of Certify.
Okay.
And the new phase of Certify should begin soon, so it will definitely be a question that's going to be addressed.
Just adding, what the FaStGO proposal for the SEN standard doesn't limit it, at least. So it doesn't give any condition on CO2 capturing. You can simply issue a GO for any energy source of the hydrogen, and the CO2 can be recorded on it as a voluntary data field if the issuing body provides that data field. So technically, it's possible. The question is just whether the industry will actually apply it.
Okay. Very good, and perhaps we can continue with Inicio before we go into biomethane and hydrocarbon. Wouter, if you can, Wouter or Fredrik, quickly comment on the commercialization of the Certify GO project. how does the future development look for hydrogen geos?
Okay, so I can take that. So currently the certified geo system is as good as up and running. So that means that you can also go to the Grexel website to check what are the plans that have been registered, what are the accounts that have been registered, and you can see some aggregated statistics on the amount of geos which are issued, cancelled, and expired. The certify scheme is up and running, so that means that plants with technology like water electrolysis, chloralkali electrolysis, or steam methane reforming, including biomethane geos or carbon capture and storage. So as Frederick already mentioned, carbon capture and utilization has not been defined yet. Those devices can register, issue geos, and those can be traded. Certify 3 should investigate more pathways than the ones that I just mentioned before, and it should also conclude certain procedures, like for instance complaint handling, etc. But I think the core of the scheme is already up and running.
Very good, thank you. Then there have been questions about the sustainability criteria. If we go back to Katrin and Attila, and well, Katrin and Attila, there have been questions about the interplay of geos and sustainability criteria and renewable biofuels obligations. There's a specific question that RED 2 introduces sustainability criteria for both solid biomass as well as gaseous fuels, and how will this be reflected? Can you two perhaps comment on this interplay and maybe this solid versus gaseous fuels?
I can comment on the interplay. The proposal basically, maybe we can close the poll in the
yeah, sorry, I can. Yes.
So, the proposal basically acknowledges that Article 19 of RED 2 is not going into a link between the sustainability certificate and a guarantee of origin. Renewable Energy Directive keeps these systems distinct. So the target, the fuel target, transport fuel target of a renewable share, that's a separate thing than the GO. We acknowledge, on the other hand, that it's beneficial to look at this interplay between the sustainability certificates and the guarantees of origin, especially with a view on avoiding double counting of both, or at least of the attributes behind both. The same megawatt hour shall only be claimed to be consumed once as renewable. So there definitely must be coordination between the systems. And on the bigger picture, it seems that this coordination could be organized most efficiently if these certificates are synchronized, are functioning together in a single certificate system. But that would first of all require quite some fine-tuning on the design, which could jeopardize the time schedule that is only available for CEN, but also could benefit from some practices that like install their learnings into a further standardization, standardized system later on. And further, first of all, acknowledging that the legislative framework currently doesn't link the two. So that's why we really chose to make in the proposal a text for a lean standard, a GO only standard, which is compatible or which is expandable with a multi-purpose certificate system. And we did that through adding a data field on the GO, which is called purpose. So the purpose of a GO is disclosure, and it's possible to add on the same electronic document later on additional purposes, which can be used for example, fuel target accounting. Similar things have been, like practices of that have been already in place in electricity where support purposes and disclosure purposes have been combined at national levels. But the same thing could happen in the fuel sector on a pan-European level.
So may I add something? I think there is a point here which we should make clear for everybody. Sustainability criteria relate to the consumption, to the application. And electricity generation, heating, cooling, fuel application have different sustainability criteria in terms of GHG emissions and different fossil fuel comparators. So if you are issuing a GO at the time of production without knowing when and how this GO will be applied or this energy will be applied for which purpose, you cannot claim it is sustainable, because the claim of sustainability relates to certain criteria at usage. And this is something which everybody should know. I agree what Catherine said, that obviously, especially in order to exclude double usage, double disclosure, and a lot of other reasons, there is a reason to look for combined or joined or coordinated solutions. But you cannot expect a GO which is issued upon production, injection, to include a claim on sustainability. It is just not possible out of the definition.
Thank you. There are some follow-up questions which maybe the panelist organizations can follow up through answering, but there's a couple of questions directed for Frederick that we still have time to take, and then we can go into the follow-up questions on sustainability criteria if we have time, or those can be answered in writing. But as the last questions of this Q&A before we go into the next presentation, maybe we can add this to Frederick, that will the methane slip from a methanation plant require an additional, for example, hydrogen as input? And then there's also a comment that methanized gas, the input will be based on the lower calorific value, while the subsequent issuing of hydrocarbon gas will be based on the higher calorific value. Can you comment on that briefly?
Mm-hmm. So I understand so the methane slippage, so I'm not sure I fully familiar with that concept. If we are speaking of methane which is being released to atmosphere, that could be counted as part of the greenhouse gas intensity of that pathway, because it's supposed to be counted if you're considering greenhouse gas emissions. If you are producing, but I guess I can't comment more on slippage because I'm not sure I grasp that what is meant here exactly. In terms of a lower heat value and higher heat value, a methanation process will consume a certain amount of methane and will produce a certain amount of hydrogen. What's important is that once you're in the sorry, it's the other way around. Yeah. What's important is that you count the energy in the right unit in the system in which you find yourself. So in the gas world, energy is counted as considering the higher heating value. In hydrogen, energy is counted considering the lower heating value. Between the two systems, you have technical devices where you have losses in any case. So it's never a one-to-one relationship, except possibly if you do direct injection, but then you just need to count things correctly depending on if you're in the hydrogen world or in the gas world. But so there is no fundamental problem in counting the energy slightly differently in the hydrogen world and in the gas world.
But if I might, I compare it to testing the fuel consumption of a car. You're going to have that car drive a certain test cycle. When you do the reporting of that consumption in America, you will report it in miles to the gallon. In Europe, you will do it in liters per 100 kilometers. So I think you just need to adapt the unit to the market that you're catering for. The gas market is working in higher heating value. The hydrogen industry is working in lower heating value. So you produce a document that's based on the common framework, reference framework of the customer you're catering for.
Thank you.
Sorry, let me say something shortly on
yes,
on methanation. I think that maybe I'm wrong. You correct me if I'm wrong. I think that if your input in methanation is a certain megawatt hours of hydrogen, but your output from methanation will be a smaller megawatt hours of methane out of the technology. And the original hydrogen megawatt hour is not getting converted into hydrocarbon megawatt hour as such, because the change, the difference which results out of the technology is to be taken into consideration. So in the case of methanation, the Geo will represent the higher heating value or a higher calorific value or the upper calorific value of the methane injected, independently from what was the energy content of hydrogen.
thank you. That was good addition. Is there, Katrin, is there something that you would still, you have the floor next. So is there something that you would like to take from the questions before you go on, or shall you go on and then we do a separate Q&A?
I think we have to look at the time. There are some interesting debates that are somehow also a bit on the side track, support related questions, more on the fuel targets. It's interesting to look at it, but let's focus at first of our time so that we get the content of the standard related topics through and try to get everybody have some background on the FaStGO proposals in general. So I think I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, we can see it. It's not on the presenter mode yet, but
and that should be coming well.
Yes, very good.
So now let's talk about the reasons actually for having this generic geo system for all energy carriers, and basically that is energy carrier conversion. Energy carriers can be converted into each other. So we came up with the concept of geo conversion issuance, which comes down to issuing geos following energy carrier conversion. So let's then look at how this looks in the different energy systems. Here you see the drawing of a gas pipeline network. The original way of looking at it is that a gas extraction, natural gas is extracted and delivered to an end consumer. But in case of biomethane from agricultural gas being injected through the same pipeline, it's nice to be able to prove the origin of that gas to that end consumer in an unambiguous way. And what a luck the geosystem is able to do that and to prevent double counting for it. So we will issue then a hydrocarbon gas geo for this methane that is being injected into the gas grid from agricultural gas, from the type of gas network compatible gas. Now, this consumer of this renewable gas could also choose to further convert that gas into another energy carrier, in this case hydrogen, which he then could also like to further transport and sell to another end consumer of that hydrogen. So that hydrogen consumer would possibly also like to prove his green energy consumption, which would mean that he would like to cancel a hydrogen geo for the green hydrogen that he consumed. That hydrogen geo could be issued at the production of the hydrogen in case the hydrogen is proven to be renewable. But if that hydrogen comes from methane from the grid, it needs a hydrocarbon gas network compatible gas geo to be cancelled in order to issue hydrogen geo here. Okay, making abstraction of the proportion of both, but just looking at the concept in itself. So this hydrogen consumer receives or can cancel, he himself or his supplier can cancel a hydrogen geo from the energy source of the original hydrocarbon gas geo, being agriculture, biomass from agriculture. Hydrogen geo, which conveys the attributes of the energy source of the hydrocarbon gas geo of the original gas production. That energy consumer, that hydrogen consumer, could also choose or receive hydrogen that is produced in another way. For example, with wind, electricity is being produced, and that electricity is proven to be renewable with a electricity geo from wind energy, and that hydrogen is also delivered to a hydrogen consumer and proven with a hydrogen geo. But this hydrogen, the second hydrogen geo, would record as its energy source wind, because an electricity geo for wind has been cancelled to issue the hydrogen geo. So this concept of conversion issuance basically builds on a few principles. It first of all builds on measurement. You should measure the input energy carrier and measure the output energy carrier of the conversion device, whether it's an electrolyzer or a combustion engine, methane reformer, many different types of conversion devices. So you cancel geos for the measured input energy carrier and you issue new geos for the measured output energy carrier. Then there are a few of the attributes of these cancelled geos which can be passed on to the newly issued geos. And those attributes are mainly the energy source and a few others, like the attribute of support data on the geo of the cancelled geo shall be conveyed to the newly issued geos and can be accumulated with any additional support that would have been issued for that latest conversion step. In case there's a label related to that input geo, it could also be conveyed to the newly issued geo if the label providers would support that. And if the optional data field on greenhouse gas emission data would be filled in, also that can be incorporated in an accumulated way in the newly issued geos. The methodology for that will be slightly different than the other data field to allocate the total amount, and to determine the total proportion, but the idea is basically similar. Just another principle is that the other attributes on the newly issued geos, they relate to the conversion device. So it's possible to record more information, but as a minimum standardized amount of data, we propose that to relate to the conversion device. And now I have a few slides, and you find them also in the handouts already, just as an illustration, and I will go through them a bit too quick, simply to stick a bit with the time, but just to give you some view, some idea of illustration. And so the generic idea here is, in general, production device, a gray box receives an input, which is in green text. Production devices technology recorded in a blue text and represented with a blue technology code, which you find in Annex B of the standard, and the energy source in Annex A of the standard. Then an output energy carrier in red is being recorded on the geo. So the geo is the green box here, and this records a number of attributes: the energy source, the technology of the production device, and the energy carrier. That's generic geo issuing. In case of conversion issuance, the same principle applies. Simply some attributes of this newly issued geo B here after conversion relate, especially the yellow marked one, they relate to the input energy carrier. All the other data fields on the GOB still relate the same way to the production device which has produced energy carrier B. So making this more concrete, biomethane converted into electricity would result into cancelling a biomethane GO for the measured biomethane input or gas input in the electricity combustion engine, of which the technology can be recorded on the newly issued electricity GO. So you will issue a GO for the energy carrier electricity. The energy source will be the agricultural biomass, and the technology will be the combustion engine that's recorded on the GO. And other data will follow the same rules as I just specified. Same goes on when you convert electricity into hydrogen. You cancel an electricity GO. For the electricity you feed into an electrolyzer, and you issue a hydrogen GO which mentions some data. So this hydrogen GO will be visible through an energy carrier called hydrogen, the energy source being the same one as the electricity energy source, and the technology will be referring to the electrolyzer. This is showing hydrogen that is being transported by a vehicle, at least as pure in the form of pure hydrogen. Now, moving into the specific case of hydrogen that's injected into the natural gas grid, that will then be our general special case, which has also always been the debate in CEN when we talk about a categorization of gases. So the idea is basically that the same type of GO is issued, GOB, the very same one as the one on the previous slide, but the only difference is the energy carrier. So here also this electrolyzer produces hydrogen from electricity, and this hydrogen GO is issued for hydrogen that's injected into the gas grid at the site of the hydrogen production. So it is assured that there has not been issued a hydrogen GO before, so we can immediately issue a hydrocarbon gas GO. Why bother having first hydrogen GO issued, converting that, etc. So this is omitting administration and issuing a hydrocarbon gas GO from solar energy with the technology electrolyzer, because the consumer receives eventually hydrocarbon gas, and the GO reflects the product that the consumer receives. Then we come to a technical exception on our earlier presented conversion issuance rule. If this hydrogen that is being produced in this electrolyzer from solar electricity is not produced at the site of production, of injection into the natural gas grid, then it cannot be assured whether it has been issued a GO earlier or not. So in that case, the concept of energy carrier conversion takes place, but then we have to look, what's the conversion device? Basically, that will be the valve of at least the injection point into the gas grid, which is not really a production device. So in only this specific case, we propose to also contain or maintain the production device details that are already on the hydrogen GO, which is being converted into a gas GO. So that comes down to more or less transforming this hydrogen GO into a hydrocarbon gas GO and maintaining all the rest of the details on that GO. Same thing here, consumer receives 1 megawatt-hour of hydrocarbon gas. So I know this was a lot of graphics way too quickly, but there is an illustration for further elaboration, and I invite you to think along with us to fine-tune the whole concept in all situations. Just thinking about this sector integration in general, what are the building blocks to facilitate it in a proper way? As a main idea, we bring forward the idea of a generic geosystem for all energy carriers. So we try to make things as generic as possible, always try to phrase it in a higher level way so that it applies for all energy carriers, but as much as possible of the rules in the generic section of the standard, and only the real specific needs in the energy carrier specific sections. It also requires solid energy carrier conversion rules, but actually they come down to, even if the rules would not be there, explicitly they should be read basically the same way from the standard, from the rest of the standard. It's basically common logic, but it requires this thinking step. But it also requires some practice beyond what can be detailed out in the standard. An issuing body shall verify the cancelled geos of the input energy carrier in comparison to the measurements of the new production. So there must be somehow a link of these cancelled geos to the new production measurements. And that will require a well thinking through of the allocation of the roles of issuing body. In the cases where issuing bodies would be different for different energy carriers, that would definitely require solid communication between the issuing bodies and thorough processes to make this happen smoothly and efficiently. But as we've been seeing in the developments in CEN, in all the stakeholders that we talk with in our text proposal development, we see that a lot of bridges are being bridged basically lately. So this is definitely not a barrier, rather an opportunity for facilitating sector integration. Thank you for listening. I think we move to one more Q&A.
Thank you, Katrin. That was very nice wrap up of the whole sector integration or whole conversion issue, which is I think we got a good overview of it. And as you said, you can't go through all the specifics in 10 minutes, but I think having way too many graphs is still better than way too much text. So I think it was really good, and it's not very simple to support this, but we have to do it because we know that the energy sectors are getting more and more integrated. So thanks for the presentation. I will open up poll right now on this energy carrier conversion. Would you like to walk us through, Katrin?
Yeah, thank you. So this question basically comes down to the same concept. In case, so what is your view when hydrogen is injected into the grid? Because we've seen a lot of debates on the subject. Do we need 1 chapter, 2 chapters on hydrogen and gases? But eventually it seems that the basic concern comes down to the question, what happens when hydrogen is being injected into the grid? Do we need to simplify administration in that case? How can we help the consumer with what he perceives to consume? Should that be hydrogen? Should that be hydrocarbon gas? So here is our question. When hydrogen, pure hydrogen is injected into the grid, do we need, in your opinion, the process of energy carrier conversion, of GEO conversion, issuance of the hydrogen GEO, converting it into a hydrocarbon gas GEO? So the answers could be yes, the consumer receives hydrocarbon gas, not hydrogen, so hydrogen GEO should be converted into hydrocarbon gas GEO. Answer could be yes, for any other reason. Or no, consumers can freely choose to consume hydrogen from the natural gas grid. Or no, this conversion issuance thing simply entails too much administration. Or no, for any other reason.
Thanks. We'll keep the poll open for another minute, so you have some time to think about this. And while you are thinking about it and considering your answers, let me give Katrin a chance to think about the first audience question. Okay, sorry, I'm too ambitious. Let's give you the piece to think about it.
There's still 129 attendees. Some have gone to sleep after. or no, have to move to other meetings that I have. And
but
40%.
we are at 40%, so maybe that's good.
129 people interested in energy carrier conversion, which is great. We have a lot of system design thinkers here.
Yeah. So I'll close the poll in 15 seconds. Please vote if you want to vote. Okay. So I'll share the results, which are again not so unanimous. So the split between yes and no, whether the hydrogen geo needs to be converted into hydrocarbon gas geo, there's 45% who think yes and 55% no. And the split between the first yes and the first no is 39 and 41. So quite even here. Any comments, Katrin, before we go into the questions?
No, no immediate comments. I think it's a debate that takes its time. My general comment is that geos are there for consumers. So I think what's most important for the design criteria of the geo system in general is how does it look for consumers and when is it credible for consumers? So whatever the final outcome in CEN will be on the subject, I think that should lead the thinking here. Because if a geo system doesn't seem credible anymore to consumers, then it loses a lot of its value as well for the market, hence also for producers and definitely for consumers. So anyway, we should think about how to make any proposed solution reliable, credible for consumers.
Good. Thanks. And we are 3 minutes late from the break, but there's one interesting audience question. Maybe we'll take that and then convene for or go for break. We have Jeppe Bieri asking, what would be the lifetime of the geo issued after conversion? If 12 months, then the system will allow to convert geos to new energy carriers without having expiry of use of the original energy.
Yeah. The idea is indeed to have a new start of the lifetime, because actually really a new energy carrier is being created, a new geo is being issued, and it should be possible to the market to trade that for at least till 12 months after the end of the production period. I don't know if Jeppe wants to further comment.
Yeah.
I think if I might add, I think we considered that indeed, in theory, this can extend the life of a geo, but I think we also estimated that the cost of physically converting the energy would be higher than the gain by kind of like reinvigorating the life of a geo.
Good point. You have to do the physical conversion to get the geo, so it would be questionable whether you would do that just for the geo.
Yeah, it's not just the paper, it's really following a physical change.
Yeah.
But it is interesting in itself what the market dynamics will be in relation with energy carrier conversion. We don't know yet. There is not yet any numbers, no proof. It's simply a basic design now being set up.
And perhaps one comment on that again, having this extension is not so different from the current practice. If you think about, for example, biogas converted into electricity, you would first produce the biogas and then have it somewhere stored, and then it would be shifted to a power plant where the biogas is itself months, 3 to 6 months old, and then it's being produced as electricity and you get the electricity geo. So essentially it's the same thing as here. So the electricity geo doesn't have the lifetime of the original biogas, but it has the lifetime of the original electricity, if I may add.
Yeah.
Good. We're half past. Well, just went 1 minute past. We were at half past, and now we're 1 minute past half past. But maybe we can have a 10-minute break and reconvene on schedule at 22 for the last session. So on heating and cooling, carbon footprint, and then wrap up. So thanks. See you in a bit.
Okay, see you in a bit. Hello again. Nice to see you again. Just a second to see whether Remco also manages to switch on his camera. And let me announce you the last slot of our program. Hi, Remco. We will have now a shorter slot. We are very conscious that we've been asking a lot of your attention to focus very much, and we've thrown a lot of content at you. We hope it helps you somehow to gain understanding in what we've been developing and to help us improve the quality. What we will do eventually with your input is we will try incorporate it in what we have been considering, and we will definitely try to improve the quality with what you provide, and we will balance out different arguments.
And
the last
Catherine, just I know you're going to advertise this in the end, but the best way to give input is through the consultation. Of course, we consider all input here, but also through the consultation. But you will also mention that in the end.
Yeah, and indeed the final decisions will be in CEN, but as Daniel mentioned, we are very active there, and we will also bring the stakeholder consultation feedback to CEN for further for being taken further into account. And as you have heard, they have take a close eye and ear on what is developing. Also, by the way, visible through the broad attendance by people who also follow up the CEN process here, which simply shows the fact that it's good to have some explanation and people further building on a full understanding of the basic proposals. Okay, time to move back to content, because we've talked about electricity, about gas, about hydrogen, but how does this generic geosystem apply for heating and cooling? That's what we will dive into right now. And then after a short Q&A, we will have one more content session on this carbon footprinting, an optional data element of the Geo, before we let you go and digest all of this. So I'm now announcing Remco van Stijn-Kallenfels again, who is our expert in drafting geo standards, and yeah, who will explain us a bit what has been considered in the FaStGO proposal for the requirements on heating and cooling geos.
Remco, you're muted, but the slide appear very nicely.
Apologies. Thanks for correcting me there, Marcus. Good to hear that the slide is showing. That was, in fact, what I was talking about, so we can skip that bit. First off, I'll briefly, slightly contradict Katrine there. Anyone present is free to go at any time, of course, but if you're interested, please stay with us. So heating and cooling, well, the Geo scheme relies on the credibility of claims corroborated by Geos. And especially with heating and cooling, this isn't easy because unlike with electricity, for example, not each megawatt hour is the same. There is, of course, a difference between heating supplied at 450 degrees centigrade and cooling supplied at below zero. So if a Geo for one would be cancelled for consumption of the other, that would rightfully lead to questions on the consumer side. So for that purpose, to enable any kind of distinction being made, we propose a few additional data items or attributes to be included on a Geo for heating and cooling. With regard to the medium used for conveying heating or cooling, that would be its type, being water, thermal oil, air, salt, or refrigerant, its aggregation state, its supply temperature range, where we identify 7 categories from below 0 degrees centigrade through more than 450 degrees centigrade, and its supply pressure range with a gauge pressure of between 0 and 4 bar, 4 to 10 bar, and more than 10 bar. The identity of the network on which the heating or cooling is fed in should also be included, with a number for that network being mandatory and its name being optional. Now, all of these data items should be provided by the producer to the issuing body in connection with an application to register the production device for Geos, together with an energy flow diagram, which must show flows of all irrelevant energy carriers and the location of injection points, auxiliaries, meters, storage facilities, and on-site consumption. Then there are a few additional processes specifically for heating and cooling. First, I'll briefly touch the topic of inspections. We propose that each production device must be inspected to verify the information provided in the application to register it for Geos. This secures that the amount of energy eligible to receive Geos will be calculated correctly at a later stage. Second, all data on the consumption of energy sources and on the produced volumes by the device must be independently verified. And following that, the output eligible for Geos can be calculated, which shall be done based on delta T. So with that, I mean, for example, if the medium for conveying heat that enters the device at 80 degrees centigrade and it leaves the device at 100 degrees centigrade, then effectively only 20 degrees will have been produced, as it were. So it's about the amount of energy added, basically. Then we can circle back to where we started. For the sake of credibility of claims made regarding the origin of heating and cooling supplied, we propose that any Geos cancelled must bear the same data regarding the medium for conveying the energy as applies to the physical energy. So there we effectively see, well, you have to have the same pressure range, the same temperature range, so that claims actually in any way make sense. And further, we recognize that member states might still be concerned about consumers' perception. After all, unlike electricity or gas, there is no pan-European grid for heating or cooling. And we therefore leave it to member states' discretion if they want to restrict the use of Geos for heating and cooling to supply through the network for which they were issued. And in that case, I presume that it would mostly help to distinguish where multiple producers feed heating or cooling, for example, into the same network. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Brief, but hopefully informative. And I do believe we had a poll scheduled here. So
yes.
I'll switch the presentation back to stream. And I'll wait for the poll to appear so that I can read it out.
The poll is on the screen now, but it is difficult for the presenters to see.
In that case, would you read it, please, because I can't see it.
So the question is, in your opinion, should it be possible to cancel a Geo that is issued for heating or cooling for disclosure of heating or cooling consumption anywhere in Europe? Or can you cancel a Geo for heating and cooling produced in the same country? Or can you only cancel it if it's produced in the same heating or cooling grid as where you consume the heat from?
Some are reporting that they don't see the question, but it might help if you click on the site taskbar view in window mode, at least. Clicking that showed the poll to me.
I see the poll now, at least.
Yeah, there were one person from the audience as well who was not seeing it.
So 39% of the attendees has voted. Let's give it 10 more seconds. 40%. 3, 2, 1. Let's close it. 42%. So the results of the poll show that a clear majority finds that heating or cooling geos should be possible to use them anywhere in Europe. But also a clear amount of participants, 39%, finds that it should be limited to the same heating or cooling grid. So at least also in FaStGO, we experienced in our stakeholder consultations this split in stakeholder opinions, but definitely also a concern on the consumer side, like how can it be credible if the greenness is sold in another grid? What residual mix am I left with? So definitely there is not yet an international market for heating and cooling geos, and we will have to observe what will happen there. Okay, let's move into the Q&A. There is a question from Kati Takala on so how do you plan to take into account in the proposed temperature ranges for heat that in district heating network the temperature can be quite different in winter and summer, and in addition to the same network can be added input at different temperature ranges?
Well, I confess that I'm not really a technical specialist in that sense. I know more about the geo process in general, but what I do know is that we did define temperature ranges that ought to be wide enough to take into consideration the difference resulting from seasonal influence. And I'm not sure about the latter part of the question. We may have to answer that after the webinar.
And it is a valid question, and I'm following up also the heating and cooling group in CEN, and also there is like a magnifying glass now at the exact definition of these temperature ranges. So there is in general an acknowledgement that it's helpful for consumer credibility to have some temperature ranges for which the geo is issued. But then the exact temperature levels, they are under consideration. For one of them is, first of all, to define the maximum supply temperature as the range definition. So indeed, that should cover the seasonal fluctuations. And then we are happy to have in the CEN group also more experts incorporated who think about the situations in different corners of Europe and the heating grids that exist in different corners of Europe. We also take into account the developments further on that could still take place in the future. Okay. I don't see any further questions on heating and cooling, so I propose we move immediately to the last session, which is on Frederik Bart of Hinicio again, and he will present the carbon footprint optional data element on the geo.
Thank you, Catherine. Indeed, so this is information about how to deal with the calculation, the quantification of the carbon footprint. This is content which is in an informative annex, Annex E, of the draft proposal. So we can go to the next slide. So maybe just to remind that the body of the standard indicates that a Geo may, on an optional basis, include a field for the carbon footprint. There are different terms to designate this this quantity. Carbon footprint, also greenhouse gas intensity is used a lot. We've used carbon footprint in the standard because there is an ISO standard that covers the way to, well, that covers the carbon footprint of products. It's part of the whole suite of standards on life cycle analysis, but this standard really focuses on life cycle analysis with regards to global warming effect for products. So that is directly applicable to energy products. And so all the concepts are defined in the standards. So they speak of carbon footprint of a product. And what we're proposing to indicate in the Geo when that field is used is actually not the full carbon footprint, but a partial carbon footprint, which is all the life cycle emissions considered from extraction of the processing and raw material up to final use, except emissions from transport and supply to the consumer, and also emissions for the manufacturing and building of all the capital goods required for this whole system to operate across the whole chain, which is called a product system, the whole goods that are necessary for the system to work. And the rationale for these exclusions is that this parameter is the one considered for quantification of footprint of biofuels and other fuels in the regulatory context, which is the Renewable Energy Directive, which have annexes providing tables for the carbon footprint of all the feedstocks that you could use for biofuels, and the Fuel Quality Directive, which also covers emission intensity of other types of fuels. So there is already an existing framework for determining the carbon intensity or the carbon footprint of fuels, which is in place in the regulation with reference data. So that is a strong justification for using the same perimeter. So this is what we are proposing in the standard. So maybe next a slide on an example of, well, indication of how you calculate the footprint for a one of the general case, which is, but also the simpler case where the production device only has one single output. So this could be a plant burning different types of biomass to produce electricity. It could be an electrolyzer producing hydrogen from electricity. So if we focus on the central part of the chart, so you have the production device, which is processing different energy inputs, energy input 1, 2, 3, to produce a certain output. So for instance, if we take the case of the electrolyzer, over a certain period of time, this production device has consumed X megawatt hour of electricity from wind, Y megawatt hour of electricity from solar, and Z megawatt hour of electricity from biomass, and it's produced hydrogen. So XYZ megawatt hours in the input and N megawatt hour in the output. These are measured quantities. Well, the emissions of associated to this are the sum which is shown below production device, E equals A times X plus B times Y plus C times Z. A is the emission factor of your energy input. So it's basically the emission factor is another term for carbon intensity or carbon footprint on a life cycle basis. So all the emissions associated to this pathway leading to the outputs are captured by this formula, which is the sum of emissions factors times amount of energy. So you have produced N megawatt hour of output, and you have E emissions. So the carbon footprint of the output is E divided by N. So in this case, you see that you don't need that much information to calculate to quantify the carbon footprint of the output. You need the emissions factor of your inputs, which is a constant, which needs to be defined for the type of input that you're using. You need to measure the amount of energy used for the different types and the amount of energy produced, which you need to do anyhow to issue Geos. Now there is an added element here is that the output, as we've seen earlier, needs to be split in output from different sources because each energy input is energy from a specific source. The source in the standard is called source type, and you have codes designating all the source types. So here in this chart, we consider that you have different source types for each input. So the output needs to be split in output from source type 1, source type 2, source type 3. And that split is done on an energy basis. So share of output from source 1 is simply the share of energy of input 1 and total energy input. Now, what about the emissions associated to that first element? You have two cases. The first one is where you can readily imagine that the output could be produced just by one of the inputs, like in an electrolyzer. If you have electricity from wind, electricity from solar, that electrolyzer would work equally well with electricity just from wind. So conceptually, you can allocate the input to that energy, the output to the energy input, and just say that output has a carbon footprint corresponding to that of my input. And therefore, you just divide the emissions associated to the input by the amount of energy, or it's the other way around actually. So, right, you do the calculation based on the emissions for that output and the amount of energy for that output and the energy. You apply the share, basically you apply the share of energy input to the total emissions of your system, and that's the emissions of that output. But you have cases where you cannot conceptually imagine that the output was made from just one of the energy inputs. Like if you produce hydrogen from biomass gasification using plasma, using electricity, then the hydrogen is fundamentally produced both from electricity and biomass. You can't say that there is hydrogen produced from electricity in this process and hydrogen produced from biomass. And then in that case, all the different outputs, they have the same overall carbon footprint, which is the one calculated for the whole process. So that's for the case where the production device has a single type of output, a single energy output. We can go to the next slide. So if the production devices has multiple energy products in its output, for instance, hydrogen and steam, electricity and heat, then you have to allocate the emissions to each of these products. And that usually needs to be a bit of a production device specific approach. Generally, you try to allocate emissions based on physical causality. So you look at the process and you try to identify what emissions in the output are actually caused physically caused by emissions in the input. Sometimes the process is too complicated to do that, so then you do just a calculation based on energy ratios. So you allocate the emissions of the process based on the energy contents of the output. Sometimes you can't do that neither because not all the outputs have an energy content. So then the last resort is to allocate based on the economic value of the outputs. But all this needs to be a bit discussed case by case. So guidelines need to be provided by the Geos scheme for these cases. But as we see, a fundamental element of information for doing these calculations are the emission factors of your energy inputs, and the Geo scheme should specify the source of the data that should be used, knowing that, for instance, Renewable Energy Directive Annex 5 and 6 already provide a large number of emission factors for biomass-based feedstocks. And this calculation needs to be verified by an auditor at least annually. So its calculation is done by the production device operator, but the recommendation is that this be verified, audited once a year, along with the other annual inspection or audits. That's what I wanted to say on this part. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. That leads us to bring to you a poll question.
Right. So the question is, should a Geo include information on the greenhouse gas emissions of the associated energy production? One answer, yes, no, no opinion.
It seems to be a bit faster in answering. 34% has voted. %. Let's give 10 more seconds for voting. 3, 2, 1. Now close the voting. 74% has voted, and 71% of the voters says yes, Geo shall include information on the greenhouse gas emissions of the associated energy production. Thank you for that information. If you are ready for it, we throw immediately another poll at you.
Right, so should the greenhouse gas value in a Geo be based on on-site emissions from fuel burning? So these are basically the direct emissions of the process, knowing that for the energies that we're considering, the energy carriers like hydrogen, electricity, heating and cooling, and also biomethane, you don't have any emissions from the actual use of the product, no global warming effect. So first option is only on-site emissions. Second is life cycle emissions, including life cycle of the fuel alone, which is basically what we're proposing. The third is life cycle analysis, including life cycle of the fuel and the plant, which is all the capital goods, all the systems that need to be built and put in place for the system to work.
34% has voted. I'll give it 15 more seconds, let's say. You're at 42% now. 3, 2, 1. Let's close this poll. And it's not an overall majority, but there is a majority for including life cycle emissions, including the life cycle of both the fuel and the plant. So that is definitely food for further thought. And maybe you have an immediate reaction, Frederick?
Yes, I mean there is a good reason to want to consider also the life cycle emissions of the capital goods, but it does create practical issues in terms of implementation. But I guess that is a trend that needs to be considered. It's an objective that needs to be considered, especially as the carbon intensity of the actual fuel itself becomes smaller, and that the part coming from the capital goods, the share increases. But it would be something quite difficult to implement without too much administrative burden. The advantage of the middle one is that indeed everything is in place to implement in a harmonized way across the different types of energies, because that framework is in place for the regulatory purpose.
Yeah, indeed, a few comments from the audience in a similar direction. One from Henning Singelso objects to that greenhouse gas values should be included in the Geo. There are other documentation covering up for this. Do you have any comments or a question back?
Well, we saw the result of the previous survey, and also it was considering the experience of biofuels. That is why for hydrogen geos, the stakeholders chose to include it in the concept of a geo, just as part of the information that should be provided. So it's based on perception of what the market wants.
Yeah, I think in general it comes down to acknowledging that first of all there is a big demand for having greenhouse gas related information on the geo, but on the other hand it's pretty difficult to find to see any methodology broadly accepted. Hence this proposal refers to the ISO standard on the subject. There's another comment from Simone Cornero. Similar question, except for the carbon footprint of the device life cycle, is there any plan to tackle criticism such as the study from Stanford University that annual accounting of renewable energy leads to wrong carbon accounting and therefore wrong investments to reduce emissions?
Could you repeat the question? I'm not sure I quite understood the beginning.
So, except for the carbon footprint of the device life cycle, is there a plan to tackle criticism that annual accounting of renewable energy leads to wrong carbon accounting and therefore wrong investment to reduce emissions? So maybe we...
So, well, maybe if it's a reference to annual accounting, the idea is not to do the calculation
I think
over a year.
If I understand the question, like from quick read of the source, it means that it probably relates to the backup power and kind of balancing that the renewables require in terms of regulative fossil power, but I'm not sure if I'm able to understand it as quickly. But basically that on an hourly basis, you would still need fossil fuels, even if you have renewables in the grid.
So maybe a question back to Simone Cornero to further explain in possibly the consultation what concerns could be taken into account, what arguments could be taken into account to improve this standard, and how it could be improved.
One viewpoint is, of course, the residual mix calculation. So when at least the source article talks about that the grid becomes more carbon intensive, but that is tackled through the residual mix calculation, which deducts the renewables from the electricity sold to others. But
yeah. And one other comment from Isabel Darin is on-site emissions may be from fuel burning or diffuse emissions. For example, methane slips. You have a comment back?
Well, that normally. Well, in my opinion, if such emissions should be considered in part of the. I mean, you could consider them as part of the analysis, which covers the production device, because the production device is subject to an audit with regards to how you're producing the energy, how much energy input you have, how much emissions you have in the process to atmosphere. So there is no, if slippage is a real concern, there is no obstacle to having that considered in terms of CO2 equivalent emissions, because the figure is not just CO2 emissions, it's CO2 equivalent. It's a global warming effect. So following the definition, methane released in the process should be accounted for.
Yeah. Okay. I think we are through the majority of the questions. I think at least the questions on carbon footprinting in general are covered. Just if somebody from the audience sees his question not yet being tackled.
There was one question in the very beginning which asked whether green hydrogen will be able to go under the mass balance system in the future. Are there already methodologies in progress for that? But I don't know if it was covered by.
It's a bit related to other questions that were asked about sustainability requirements, but basically Geo doesn't require mass balancing because the principle is that the attributes can be separated from the physical energy. It's something that's recognized by the Renewable Energy Directive and its recitals. So mass balancing really applies to for different purpose, not disclosure, but compliance purposes.
Yeah.
But as we said earlier, an information system could be developed to address both disclosure and compliance purposes. There is a lot of experience with it addressing mass balance in the biofuels sector. That's where it came from. And this is beginning to be applied also for gas in the natural gas grid. And maybe somebody wants to comment, but that is definitely something that is being considered also for gas and hydrogen to be able to cover that for other purposes and disclosure. But it wouldn't be part of the Geo system.
Okay. Isabel reacts in case of biomethane production. I think that would mainly be the case when considering the whole LCA analysis. Where would we put the limits? For example, biomethane production from biodegradable waste. Okay.
So I don't see the question.
So when
I mean, this is as I said already, the limit is defined by the application, and the new directive clearly says what is the GHG emission comparison from the fossil fuel comparator, depending on where do you apply the product. So then the directive further sets certain expectations that, for example, in biofuel you have to have 60% GHG emission reduction as compared to the fossil fuel comparator. But that changes with year, changes with application, and there are different percentage set for renewable gas out of non-biological origin for power to gas. That's what I'm saying is the thresholds, the criteria are different in time, different in application, but they are all set in the Renewable Energy Directive.
Yeah, so we may
the definition of greenhouse gas emissions can be the same for all applications, but the reduction, for instance, that you have to achieve to meet a certain regulatory criteria is going to depend on the use. So actually meeting the criteria that's only going to be determined once you've decided in what sector you use the energy. That's it. I said earlier, when you produce, you don't know where that energy is going to go. But an information system can manage that. An energy tracking system can indeed cover that as well for compliance purposes.
Okay. With that, we can, I think, conclude the general questions on the CO2. Just browsing through the rest of the questions. I think the main, there is one remaining question. Attila, maybe you could answer, following from Cyril Hari. Following Attila's comment, does it mean that some definitions need to be changed to make sustainability compatible with Geos? Note that question was answered 1 hour and 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's not simply a question of definitions. I think that all this discussion about sustainability could be and should be made much more simple, because what Frederick also was speaking about, the GHG emission intensity or the carbon footprint is a very concrete, very well defined, very well quantifiable characteristic of the product. And if the Geo includes this information, then the user can judge himself or herself whether he is happy with this level of GHG emission. We don't need to quantify or to document or to verify that it is sustainable. The sustainability is a very, very loose term, depending on a lot of factors. But the GHG emission intensity or the carbon footprint is clear, it's well defined, can be defined, and that is a valuable information.
Yeah, indeed. So thanks for that. I see that the time is bringing us pretty close to the end. So and I know that we've been asking a lot from your attention. Possibly you have still a lot of questions and comments. Actually, we would invite you to further think along on what you've been hearing today and to digest the input of the day. We also have input back from you through your questions and through the poll answers that show also different views and will require us to further dig into arguments. So definitely we ask you, could you, if you participate in our consultation, which we highly value, it would be welcome if you share your comment together with your argument and your proposal for an improved text even if it's a very small element of it, through our consultation template by next Friday. That would help us to think along and make it fit in the whole puzzle, because yeah, changing one word in one section of the standard may have an impact on the rest. So we try to keep it a synchronized, complete text. But we definitely want to take into account your arguments and proposals. So please go beyond just phrasing a position, but go into your argument and try to help us understand your concern. And then we can try to balance out the different concerns that are at the table and bring that back to Sen as well.
May I briefly interject, Katrine? You say next Friday, but I presume you mean the 18th of June, or sorry, the 19th, or do you actually mean the 12th? Because
no,
Friday
sorry.
is also tomorrow.
19th of June. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So also we have to note that our commenting form is just very. It's not a long document. You can simply insert general comments and your arguments and improvement proposals, and you can go to section specific comments. So you don't have to have a comment on everything. You don't have to have an opinion on everything or a view on everything. You can simply share your view on the specific thing that is for you of concern. But also we ask you if there are pieces that you particularly like, or if there are parts that you in general definitely endorse. Also the general concept, if you endorse it, that is also very welcome information, because if we receive only criticism on a specific topic that possibly the majority likes, but only a few amount of stakeholders don't like it, we have to, it's not about the amount of stakeholders, we have to take into account, we will try to take into account the concerns of everybody. But it would be good to balance out and to also know what is being appreciated in the text already. That being said, I want to thank you all for attending. Thank you for your participation, and thanking very much all the speakers of the day. They have been very focused and yeah, well prepared to tell you about our work. And also I want to thank the whole project team, because not all our project team was presenting today. There's also a lot of inputs incorporated from Phil Moody, the Secretary General of AIB, from Marco Letovara, from Brexel, from different groups inside ERGAR and AIB, from stakeholders that we talk with, from Rex International, from EFED, from Eurogas, from many people inside SEN. We've learned a lot from talking to you in the past weeks and months. Also from the previous stakeholder consultation and any direct contact that you managed to bring across through one of our project team members. So thanks a lot for spending this effort of sharing your thoughts with us, and please keep on doing so. Thank you for attending today. It was an honor to present to you, and let's be in touch.
Thank you.